today's summit. I want to start with a land acknowledgement that here in Durham we are on land that is the ancestral homeland of the Eno, Shikori, Sissipahaw, Occaneechi, other people of Siouan descent, and their descendants, the Occaneechi Band of the Saponi Nation. Durham was built on land that they had lived on for hundreds, if not thousands, of years. We are here today in the W.G. Pearson Center, named after William Gaston Pearson, who's a leading educator and entrepreneur of Hayti, born enslaved on a Durham County plantation. And this building was originally built in 1928 as a middle school and has had a couple different lives. It was turned into it was built as an elementary school. It was changed into a magnet middle school in the mid-2000s. And then when that was decommissioned, it has become its current incarnation as a center. Student U is the primary organization running this facility, and it's a youth-centered space housing activities and programs that enrich the lives and outcomes of young people. And we're grateful to them for allowing us to use this space today. We're all here, this year's theme, moving forward together, safely connected. I want to remind you of the reason that we're here and that that's our theme this Wednesday morning. At 7 a.m., a 55-year-old woman stepped out onto Maureen Road from Tremont Drive and was struck by a driver heading northbound on that stretch of road. Maureen Road in that area has no sidewalks. It is one lane in each direction. It can be dark at that time of day, this time of year. She unfortunately was sent to a local hospital with life-threatening injuries. I don't have a report on how she's faring today, but she is not alone. Every 21 days in Durham, on average, someone is killed or seriously injured while walking or biking by a driver. And those victims are disproportionately Black and brown here in Durham. And that's why we do our work, to make the streets of Durham safer so that we can have a safe, affordable, and sustainable transportation system for everyone. And I want to point out that we believe that it is not, that there is clearly some individual responsibility for safety, but that these are systemic problems and that we need to look at our history, who had power when the systems were set up, and understand who is benefiting and who is harmed by the systems in place, so that we can disrupt those systems and remake them to get different outcomes. That is Bike Durham's vision, to have a safe, affordable, and sustainable transportation system for everyone, regardless of who they are or where they live. And through events, advocacy, and education, we work to make it possible for everyone to walk, bike, roll, and use transit more often. And I just want to point out 3 areas where I'm proud of Bike Durham's work together with the city and our regional MPO. And the first is that Regional Metropolitan Transportation Planning Organization, DCHC, that in response to our encouragement and other advocates, not only set goals for their long-range transportation plan of 0 deaths, 0 carbon emissions, and 0 disparity of access by 2050, but when the staff came forward with 3 alternatives that were more or less status quo, the board members took our recommendation to direct the staff to go back and bring forward new recommendations that really move the needle toward those goals by 2050. The second is our transit equity campaign, So the city of Durham had already, through the work of residents and activists, put in place an equitable engagement blueprint for work that is done here in the city. But without terrible direction, terrible details of direction about how to apply that when different work is being done. And I reached out to Henry McCoy, who I'll introduce in a few minutes, to discuss having a relationship with the Durham Committee on the Affairs of Black People, the Durham People's Alliance, Durham Congregations in Action, and the Coalition for Affordable Housing and Transit to really push the public sector to do equitable engagement as they developed a transit plan. And there are warts to the process, but they have really worked hard to engage the community through community ambassadors as they're developing that plan. And the third is our Safe Routes to School program. I saw Dale McKeel here from the city. We have a contract with the city for that programming this year to not only begin teaching students how in the 4th and 5th grade how to safely ride their bikes, and promoting bike and walk to school days, but also to look at the safety conditions for biking and walking around those schools and work with the public sector on making improvements so that people who do live close to their schools can safely walk and bike there. I hope that you have a chance to explore what Durham has to offer. You'll hear more about Durham's history, and through some of our walking and biking activities, you'll get a chance to see a little bit of Durham. I hope that you also dig into the rich history that Durham has that stretches back not only to the city's founding in the middle 1800s, but much longer than that. Let me turn the microphone over to the president of Bike Walk NC, Ted Silver from Lees-McRae College. Thank you.
Thank you, John. As president of Bike Walk NC, which I hope many of you know as your statewide bicycle pedestrian volunteer advocacy organization, as president, welcome, thank Durham. I've been allowed a few moments to speak. I want to use one of those to thank Heidi for all the work that she's done, and Terry, our executive director, for providing this and for the city of Durham. I also like to take this opportunity, it's my selfless promotion moment. Lees-McRae, I'm the program coordinator for the country's only academic bicycling minor degree program in the country, and it sits here in Little Banner Elk at Lees-McRae College. In that, I also want to let everybody know that Bike Walk NC will be the state coordinator, and remind everybody that coming up in 2022, the League of American Bicyclists will be holding a hybrid, its convention, its meeting summit in Washington, D.C., and we will be the state coordinators, and hopefully you all will think about attending in one fashion or another and supporting North Carolina. The other thing I wanted to let everybody know in terms of helping, I'm holding up a pair of socks from Defeat. Shane Cooper, as he likes to call himself, the psychologist, one of his employees was tragically killed in a cycling accident, and he has designed a sock, which if you go to their website, you will see it's the John Barry. He has graciously offered to donate the proceeds from the sale of this sock to Bike Walk NC. The story is on his website. There's a link to Bike Walk NC. Please take a look at it. Consider it's a help. We are a volunteer fundraising 501, so anything can help. And with that, I want to thank you all for attending, both live and in person. And I think I'm turning it back over to our executive. Thank you very much.
Welcome, everybody. I'm Terry Lansdale, Director of Bike Walk North Carolina. A couple of housekeeping things for this group here. Our exits are in the back, bathrooms are down the hallway. We want you to be safe and comfortable in this incredible building and a historical site throughout the summit this year. Online, you're going to see some rolling scrolls and videos for our sponsors, but I need to go through a list of an incredible partnership we've created this year for our 10th annual North Carolina Bike Walk Summit. To begin with, our grant sponsor is coming from the Governor's Highway Safety Program, an incredible partnership that we're developing to advance the bicycle-friendly driver program moving forward in North Carolina and making it specific to North Carolina laws and needs. We've got two great keynote sponsors this year, and that's the North Carolina Department of Transportation's Integrated Mobility Division, and our partners who are making this live stream and hybrid event possible, Tech Factory. So we're really grateful to have both of those on board. We have also, as a keynote sponsor this year, HDR, and at our touring level sponsorship, AARP. If you go to our YouTube site, at BikeWalkNC, on YouTube, you can look at some of those videos, and they should be available to you in your program and online as well. Our touring sponsors include MobiCon and Blue Ridge Cycling Club. Our racing sponsors include Asheville on Bikes, The Pedal Factory, Turn Bicycles, Clean Air NC. At our mountain level sponsorship, we have TPD, the Traffic Planning and Design Incorporated Group, Yugo Bike, Weekly Rides, Eco Counter, Cape Fear Cyclists, the Terry Benji Foundation, McAdams. And I have to have a list because we've had such an incredible outpouring of support this year. This year represents almost to the day 2 years worth of planning. Last year, as you know, COVID changed our plans for Durham. We went to an all virtual session for our summit. We had 17 continuous sessions. Many of you participated online. We felt it was very successful last year, but we wanted to return this year to Durham to have the other half of that coin. This year's focus is going to be on the experiential Durham. So we have walking events, riding events, and transit events that will help us experience, for those who are able to make it in person especially, help us experience what Durham is doing and how we can take the lessons learned from Durham across the state. Again, we're trying to move forward safely connected, and it happens that we have the opportunity in Durham to really highlight some of the great work, as John Talmadge just mentioned, that is happening here in Durham. So we as an organization, as Ted mentioned, we are the only statewide advocacy group, and we want to thank everyone on our board and all the volunteers for the planning committee that have worked so hard for the past 2 years to make this happen. Some of the things we do at Bike Walk North Carolina that make us different, that make us unique, is that we work at the advocacy level, the policy level. Specifically, we're seeking systemic change for systemic problems. So, as many of you know, our key work over the past 3 years especially is to repeal the bicycle funding limitation that was passed by the General Assembly in 2013. Since 2016, there has been no standalone funding for bicycle pedestrian projects. In other words, if there's a missing section of sidewalk on a road, the state was not going to provide those dollars. It's not NCDOT's fault. It was a state directive at the policy level. So for the past 8 months, especially since February in earnest, Bike Walk North Carolina has worked with its partners, many of the sponsors here listed as well, to change the language. So we helped craft a bill, and that was House Bill 511, which would repeal the bicycle pedestrian funding limitation. That language has now progressed through the House. That language has now progressed through the Senate. That language has progressed through the governor's budget. I'd hoped in my heart of hearts that the North Carolina General Assembly would have given us a budget last night at midnight. But we haven't got that budget yet, but we have great hope and desire and a positivity that this language moving forward will help repeal the bicycle pedestrian funding limitation set forth in the STI, the Strategic Transportation Investment Plan of 2013. What does that mean? It means that lives lost, hopefully, will be remembered and invested in for preventing those loss of lives moving forward. This is just one example of the things that Bike Walk is working on at the advocacy level, at the state level, with policymakers, with MPOs and RPOs. We're also understanding that we need to advance those systemic solutions for systemic problems. We're tracking the Complete Streets policy at NCDOT. We'd love, in maybe session 2022 for General Assembly, to have that advance at the policy level statewide, to make it a requirement, not a choice, to include bicycle, pedestrian, transit accommodations with every single roadway project in NCDOT. I'll leave it there for everyone. I want to make myself available to anyone over the next 2 days to chat with me or any of our board or any of the incredibly talented and educated folks on this issue during the summit. Those of you online, I want to thank you very much for being here. An incredible crowd that is surging in registrations up until this exact moment. I want to thank you, welcome you, and I'm going to bring John Talmadge back up again to begin the program in earnest. Again, thank you very much.
Thank you, Terry. I now have the pleasure of introducing to you Dr. Henry McCoy. Just going to take a statement that I thought was outstanding about his expertise and his leadership from the project that he is leading called Hayti Reborn. Dr. McCoy is considered by many as the leading thinker and researcher in the area of inclusive and equitable entrepreneurial ecosystems. He is faculty at North Carolina Central University in the business school. He has appointments at a number of other prestigious universities that you can see in the program. But not only an academic, bringing those ideas to the real world in all sorts of different ways. I see his name on lots of different activities over the past year in trying to sustain and help small Black-owned businesses thrive here in Durham. I first met Dr. McCoy when I was the interim project director for the light rail project while working at Go Triangle. And we were looking for support from the community, specifically the Durham Committee on the Affairs of Black People. And Dr. McCoy is one of the leaders of had been the chair of the Economic Development Committee or subcommittee of that organization. He understood the job potential, the job growth potential of that. But one of the cautions that I took away from that was that coming and making that ask and developing that relationship that late in the game is not the best way to build trust and from the ground level make sure that the interests of their community are embedded in the work that we're doing, and in that case, in the project. And so go forward about a year, and I was executive director of Bike Durham and knew that the Durham Transit Plan was being developed. And the first person I really reached out to was Henry to talk about the opportunity that's there to continue to deliver on the promise that the light rail project had for jobs for local Black residents, and knew that we needed to start at the ground level before we had a set of policies that we wanted to advocate for. So I've been appreciative of the support and the partnership that our organization has been able to develop with the Durham Committee, and the relationship that I've been able to have with Henry, learning more about the work that he's doing. And now that we're able to see people in person a little bit more, I look forward to more of that. please come to this stage, and we look forward to your presentation.
Good morning, everybody. So I appreciate, I want to thank John and for that kind introduction, and it has been great, working with him and looking at the work that can be done. Heidi, who is, been very, really, laying the foundation for this event, I know, for a while, and reaching out and trying to get everything coordinated. So thank Heidi, Terry, for the work, and thank all you all for being part of here. And so, I don't know if I call this presentation, I'm kind of like the warm-up act for the main show, right? And so I get a chance to kind of get the crowd going. And I really want to thank, Bike Walk NC. I'm a former board member of NC Rail Trails, and I do about 35, 40 pounds ago, I was a runner, actually. I ran track in college, and so I still, to this day, run the American Tobacco Trail. Occasional biker. I did the race across America some years ago, and so I think this is such an important and critical conversation. I spent some time in the Department of Commerce, and this is one of the things that we thought about as we thought about the state and how to make the state a place that is welcoming for all folks. And so I just want to take a little bit of time today to I think my task is to do kind of an introduction to Durham, kind of lay the foundation, where I think really does have a great, it's a great segue into Dr. Crockett's talk about, her work and things of that nature. But I wanted to give you a little introduction about Durham, and particularly in terms of thinking about where you are right now. So I'm a born and raised North Carolinian. I'm not from Durham, I'm from Fayetteville. Fayetteville's about an hour and 15 minutes away from here. My dad was military, but both my parents were born and raised in the Fayetteville area, so we stayed there while he did his tours of duty and things of that nature. However, I do have a pretty much lifelong connection with Durham. I had family here, and so really summer times, holidays, things of that nature, I would come to Durham, and I would stay the summer with cousins and things of that nature. And what is now that I know now is the historic Hayti community. I kind of start there and then I go back, because I think perspective is an important thing. When I was a kid, I came to Durham, and all I saw around me seemed like poverty and despair, right? I mean, I would spend that time in a public housing project here that my family stayed in. And it's one of those interesting things where you grow up and you say, well, I don't know exactly what I want to do when I grow up, but I know what I don't want to do. I mean, you have that kind of conversation. Well, that was kind of my conversation with where I want to live, right? I said, I don't know where I want to live at, but I don't want to live in Durham. And lo and behold, I've been here for now, I guess 20, actually as a resident of Durham for 24 years. And I think what the perspective that I speak about is, I think really this idea of, as you grow older and you go through life, you realize that every place you go, right, there are places that are challenged in the community. There are places that are look very shiny. I learned whenever I got into government and business and things of that nature, when you go to these towns, they like to take you to the shiny places, right? And say, hey, look at where we are. But I always ask to go to the other places, right? Show me the other side of the community. And so I want to give you a little context of Durham and kind of where you sit. So as John mentioned, I mean, like the rest of America, I mean, this originally was the land of Native Americans, and so I kind of grounded in that. For all practical purposes, the Civil War essentially ended in Durham, and I give you some context of that, and that ends up becoming important to the overall story. In order to understand kind of where we are right now, it's important to understand where we've been, right? To understand the kind of the fall, you have to understand the rise, and so I want to give some context of that. The reason I say that the Civil War practically ended in Durham is because one of the last of the largest surrenders happened in Durham. So about a month or so before the end of the Civil War, one of the largest surrenders of the South happened here in Durham. I was a banker for a number of years. So the beginning of my career, I was a banker. And it was that kind of heyday, the 90s, when banks were merging and things of that nature. And it's funny because when I was a kid, I always had a lot of energy, right? I like to be up, I like to be active and things of that nature. And, I remember I would in kindergarten, things like that, you lay out the mat, you have to go to take a nap or whatever the case. I pretty much laid there with my eyes closed, but I wasn't asleep, right? Because I was like ready to get going. When you get older, you kind of hope for naps during the day, right? I mean, you kind of say, hey, maybe I can catch a nap. So when I was in banking, there was a little place about a quarter mile from where the banking headquarters were. It was a headquarters bank here that I worked at. The bank has now grown up to become SunTrust and Truist and all these kind of things, but it was a little community bank at the time called Central Carolina Bank. So I was working, and I would take my lunch break sometimes and go down to this what looked like a little old rugged shed or something, and it had a little fence around it and a parking lot. It didn't look like much. I'd go there, I'd park, and I'd take a nap for about 30 minutes and go up the street, go back to work. What I learned later was that place was actually Bennett Memorial Farm. So Bennett Memorial Farm is the place that the surrender that I mentioned happened toward the end of the Civil War. And the reason why that comes into play is because, this is 1865, and so, the surrenders take a while, right? So the surrender took about a week, and you had men from all over, at that time, the United States. And then the surrender, you're not fighting, but men did what men do when they have time on their hands and not a whole lot to do. They got into some trouble, right? I mean, so they went around and kind of pillaged the community and things of that nature. And so during that week's time, during the surrender, you had essentially particularly the Union soldiers going through, and they wrecked the shop of this guy named John Green, who was a merchant. He had a merchantcy here in Durham. And they tore the place apart. They robbed him, all these kind of things, and they kind of left him for broke. The Civil War. I mean, so that week is over, the surrender's done, and the fighting goes on maybe another month, and then the Civil War is over. But one of the things that these Union soldiers and some Confederate soldiers ended up kind of taking from this merchant Green was tobacco. And it was this kind of unique tobacco. It was yellowish because of the soil of kind of how it grew here, which is where the name golden leaf comes from. It was a yellowish, things of that nature. These individuals ended up going back to their communities. Again, this is a national war, so they go back to their communities. And the same guy that they basically ran into bankruptcy from pillaging his store, they started writing back to him saying, hey, you mind, can we get some more of that tobacco? And so that ended up laying the foundation for what we ended up having here in Durham as a tobacco-driven economy, because this kind of smooth tobacco that then actually had a national market because of the fact that the soldiers here were from all over the country whenever they stole it. And so that ended up creating the rise of what would become Durham. Now, again, you have this major surrender, you have the end of the Civil War. Durham also, a place called Stagville, had one of the largest plantations here in the South. Nearly 1,000 slaves that at the end of the Civil War, now what do? This ain't today where you might jump in the car and take off someplace. You might say, I want to get as far away from there as I can. I mean, folks were pedestrian, right? There weren't a whole lot of ways to get around. So essentially what happened was this land that this building sits in and around was essentially land that were taken from the Native Americans. The white folks took control of it, took ownership of it, but it wasn't like the best land. And so you hear this story over and over again, right? The places in the communities that are floodplains and not the best places, they end up in essentially where the black community live. And so originally the black community started after slavery leasing land from the white community. And sooner or later, enough of those former slaves from the Stagville plantation started locating here. The white folks said, we don't really want it anyway, so they started settling the land. And so that became the foundation for what this community is. The community is called historically, it's called the Historic Hayti community, Hayti, H-A-Y-T-I. And those who know history, Haiti as a nation originally spelled its name H-A-Y-T-I. I use that as a foundation and framework for thinking about this context of where you are, because Again, if you know the history, Haiti is the only nation on the planet created from essentially a slave revolt that was successful. They beat Napoleon's army, took over control of the the nation, which is why of course they speak French and things of that nature. And so I say that to say that think about just how much your ambition has to be for a small Black community here in the southern part of the United States to name itself after the first and only nation state created on the planet from a slave revolt. So that foundation really serves as a basis for what would become the Haiti community, the proud Haiti community. Haiti essentially changes spelling to Haiti, which is what we know it to be now. Haiti kept the Hayti. And so the Haiti community was born. And over the course of from the late part of the 19th century, so slavery in 1865, for probably around 1880 is whenever what became the kind of the storied history of Haiti really started growing. Like a lot of other Black communities, the original foundation were churches. White Rock Baptist Church, St. Joseph's Church, which both churches exist to this day. They served as kind of the convening point in the growth of the overall community. What essentially happened over the next century really ended up being somewhat miraculous in terms of the expansion of the Haiti community. What you end up having over time was the creation of a community ecosystem, and I use ecosystem in a real sense to understand that it wasn't just kind of one or two things. It wasn't that was they had some houses that had this and that. I mean, it was truly an economic ecosystem that rose here. And I start kind of with a year 1898, and then move kind of quickly forward, just because I think that gives some interesting dichotomy to the society that we live in, the state that we live in, and the contrast sometimes that we live in, even up to today. So 1898, for those who know of North Carolina history, was the year of what became known as the Wilmington Race Massacre. It's the only coup d'etat in U.S. history that happened in Wilmington, which is Wilmington is about 120 miles from here. Essentially, what was going on was that during Reconstruction, you had these kind of different alliances that were coming together because you had a sense of, if Black folks can get the vote, going to be allowed to vote, then who's going to benefit from the idea that Black folks now have the vote, particularly, specifically Black men. And so there was this fusion coalition that came together of Blacks and whites down in Wilmington, North Carolina. At the time, Wilmington was one of the leading cities for Black business entrepreneurship. Like many other places, it's a port city. So during that time period, the late 19th century, a lot of commerce happened at the port level. And the Black folks in Durham, in Wilmington, were really economically well off. To a certain extent, they had businesses, and there was a newspaper. And so a bunch of the debate that ended up serving as a foundation for this race massacre was an editorial that was written about this contrast between the idea of the white community, and particularly white men, pushing against this idea of basically intercourse between whites and Blacks, whenever there was such a long history of white males raping Black women and things of that nature. That editorial ended up in the local newspaper, and that was just kind of it was a spark, kind of like that happened in Tulsa. It wasn't essentially just that, it was kind of planned before that. So in 1898, hundreds of folks, Black folks in Wilmington, North Carolina, about 120 miles from here, were displaced from their home. Their businesses were burnt. They were essentially ran out of Wilmington, and really from 1898 until probably the middle of the 20th century, did not recover in a lot of ways from a standpoint of political activity and things of that nature. That same year, 1898, as this massacre was going on here in Durham, North Carolina Mutual Insurance was incorporated. In North Carolina Mutual Insurance, you can still, I don't know kind of where the tour is going to be today, but you might end up seeing the Mutual building on this tour. And I mention that because North Carolina Mutual would go on to become the world's largest Black business. not Durham's largest black business, not North Carolina's largest black business, not America's black, but the world's largest black business for much of the 20th century. And that itself laid the foundation for what became the storied Hayti, as well as the tobacco story I told you, right? So you got this marketplace that's created from essentially the surrender, the end of the Civil War. You now have a national market kind of from day one, because folks, went back and said, hey, that's some pretty good tobacco, can we get some? The John Green merchant, who went bankrupt because his facility was torn to pieces, then soon after became the richest man in Durham, because all these people write back and say, hey, send me that tobacco. That then say, okay, this is a marketplace here. At the time, Durham was kind of the stepchild of the Triangle, and from time to time, it served in that role, at different times, because during this time period, the center of education was Chapel Hill, the first publicly chartered university in the country, 1789. So education was Chapel Hill, which is Orange County. In Raleigh, you had the state capital, so you had government. So, everything government operated. Durham was essentially carved out of those two counties, Wake County and Orange County, to create Durham County. But for a while, it didn't have any identity. Well, commerce became its identity, and that came about because this tobacco market started growing. And so you had these tobacco processors that kind of showed up. They weren't really processors. They were generally tobacco farmers who were trying to, be a part of the marketplace. One of those individuals ended up being Washington Duke, the namesake of Duke University, who came over, who had grown up, poor, came over to Durham. And so all of these things happening together, create this kind of enormous rise of the local economy. And so tobacco becomes a global market, right? Because it's addictive. You start using, you get nicotine, you want more. It starts growing. That lays the foundation for what Durham becomes. There were not enough white people in Durham to essentially serve as a workforce to satisfy that huge demand. And so that then opens the door for the black community to have jobs, so much so that there was a time period where the black community got together right up the street here at a place. It's not a historic, it's the Hayti Heritage Center, but at that time it was the St. Joseph Church. The black community got together because they were saying, well, look, we're being kept out of jobs. The individual who is often kind of said to incite the race massacre in Wilmington was a guy named Josephus Daniels. Josephus Daniels was the editor of the News and Observer newspaper, which still exists today. Most people think about it as a state newspaper. At the time, Josephus Daniels, who was the editor of that paper, he was a rabid white supremacist. So he used his paper to really drive that action in Wilmington and things of that nature. But he also used that paper to say things like no self-respecting business leader would ever give a job to a black person that should go to a white person. No self-respecting business would ever allow black people and white people to work side by side. I mean, that's what was in the editorial at the time. And so for a really decent period of time, black folks were totally kind of shut out of that economy. Well, but with the tobacco industry growing, by this time, Washington Duke is really the leading tobacco merchant, and he had formulated a relationship. You call it friendship, you call it all kinds of things with his barber, John Merrick, a former slave who had actually relocated from Wilmington. John Merrick had been a brick mason. He had been a barber. He was Washington Duke's barber, but he was in Raleigh. Keep in mind, this is the early, the end of the 19th century. So getting from Durham to Raleigh, which is now 15, 20-minute ride on the highway, at that time was like a day's journey, right, to get there. And so Washington Duke wanted his barber to be here in Durham. So he starts selling him on the idea of moving to Durham. John Merrick ultimately comes to Durham and opens up 6 barbershops, 3 for whites, 3 for African Americans. And Washington Duke was his primary customer. And again, they built a relationship. And so that relationship between this super wealthy white merchant and this black former slave barber ended up laying a foundation for what would rise here in the Hayti community. And so whenever the black community got together to basically say, we've had enough, right? We got to get out of Durham because we can't get opportunity. Got Josephus Daniels and News and Observer writing editorials saying, don't give black folks jobs, things of that nature. John Merrick at this, kind of midnight meeting at the St. Joseph's Church, said, look, you all just wait a minute. Let me try to work on this. He goes and sees Washington Duke and talks to him about it, right? And Washington Duke, depending on kind of the story that you hear, he talks about his feelings for helping Black folks came from kind of a charge from God. I mean, as a Christian, that he should be helping Black folks. He talked about the fact that he grew up very poor, so he feels like as long as individuals put the work in, he feels like that they should benefit from that. So that becomes part of the lore. Also, he has some self-interest. I mean, he was again the leading merchant in tobacco. He needed workers, and so he didn't want really this potential workforce to disappear like so many other Blacks that were going up to the north. And so that was kind of a part of it. There also some lore that part of the reason why the Duke family, or part of the reason why they invested so much in the Black Haiti community, was that there were a few browner skinned Dukes running around here that they were investing in a broader sense. And so all that kind of went into play. Whatever the case, what came out of that was that Washington Duke essentially opened up his factories to Black workers. And Black workers, they did at different times work side by side with white workers. They were still getting a lot of times the worst jobs. I mean, so I want to be kind of true about that. They were getting the worst jobs. They weren't necessarily paid the same amount, but they were working. And so what essentially came about from that combination was, Black folks now working in a factory in this growing economy. And to get some sense of just how big American Tobacco, which is Washington Duke's company, was, I try to put this in perspective. There's only been a few companies in American history that have been broken up for antitrust. AT&T was, all the baby bells got broken up. Microsoft almost was, because folks said it got too big. Standard Oil, of course, John D. Rockefeller was broken up. That's how you end up with all these mobile ones and BPs and things like that. American Tobacco was another. So the way you ended up with like Liggett Myers and R.J. Reynolds and all these kind of things was American Tobacco was so big that the government came in and broke it up. The other context for that is that I did some research and I found the first, now everybody, a lot of folks look to see who's going to be on the 400 richest American list, right? But the first list came out in 1917. And to give you some context of just kind of how wealthy the Duke family was, they won that first list, right? You had it's like a who's who, right? You had John Rockefeller, Vanderbilt, Eastman, who started Kodak. I mean, like all these folks on this list, and Duke. So that's how wealthy they were. So anyway, you had this rise of this global marketplace. You had Black folks now being able to work in the factory, get money. They then would come across a railroad track, because it was, literally the railroad track split the Black and the white community. They were able to come across a railroad track, and they would kind of business savvy enough to say, we're going to create enterprises over here that essentially can capture this money. And that's what happened. And that was the growth, was this idea that entrepreneurship would serve as a foundation for this work, that as the Black community worked in the tobacco warehouses and textile mills, Julian Carr, who is, the notorious white racist, was also an investor in the Haiti Black community. A little different reason than Duke. Julian Carr felt more like, well, if we can make sure the Black folks are, somewhat happy over there, they won't want to come over here and integrate with us. So he invested in the Black community as well. All that was happening in a way that really was driving the overall growth of the Haiti community. So over the course of from the end of the 19th century to essentially the middle of the 20th century, Haiti grew to become this kind of hub for Black business growth. And certainly, in the early part of the 20th century, there was a competition. There was a number of Black Wall Streets around. There were a number of Black Wall Streets around the United States. Tulsa, Oklahoma is probably the one that most people know, particularly, with the history of the Tulsa Race Massacre. Just celebrated 100 years of the destruction of that community. And really, Tulsa and Durham kind of battled it out for a while around supremacy of, kind of the Black Wall Street. Tulsa was driven by oil the same way tobacco was driving here in Durham. Well, in 1921, whenever Tulsa was burned and bombed and destroyed, then Durham at that point kind of became this de facto kind of Black Wall Street that remained here. And so at that time, you know, over the course of its history, it had been known as the capital of the black middle class. Durham was. More black millionaires per capita than any other place in the United States were here in Durham. They called it the city on the hill for black folks. In fact, Durham was a net gainer of black folks in a time when the Great Migration was happening. So the 6 million or so blacks that moved up north, black folks were getting on trains coming to Durham. And it goes back that sense of this idea of you know, naming yourself after Haiti. I often think about the fact that you know, it feels like the people here in the Haiti community felt like they were creating an island in the middle of a southern racist society where black people could have some level of freedom, some level of prosperity. And you know, for some people who know the history, Booker T. Washington and W. Du Bois at one point were friends. They then were not. They then had very big differences because W. Du Bois, who was never in slavery, was born up north, became Harvard's first you know, black PhD, those kind of things. Believed in integration. He believed in freedom and voting and all these kind of things. Booker T. Washington, who had grown up in slavery, was like, well, look, I don't need to vote. We don't need integration. Just essentially, you know, hire us to do the business work that we've been doing as slaves, and we're fine. So that's where they kind of went in disparate ways. Booker T. Washington came to Durham in 1910 because he kept hearing about, you got to go to this place in Durham, and you think this is something, you ought to go to Durham. So Booker T. Washington came to Durham in 1910. W. Du Bois came to Durham in 1911. When they left, they each in separate essays talked about just how miraculous the city was. And so that's the one thing that they ultimately agreed on, was that Durham was the most miraculous city they saw for black folks. Tobacco factories and you know, the largest brick developer was a black man. I mean, all these kind of things. I want to go back to North Carolina Mutual very quickly as I kind of wrap up and kind of talk about kind of what happened, and I think that is in some ways laid the foundation for Carolyn's talk. But North Carolina Mutual, as I mentioned, ended up being a centerpiece for what would become the rise of Black Durham. And it really is kind of instructive of how wealth is created these days. So that money that was being made across the railroad track, you have black folks that were setting up businesses here in Durham, you know, to some estimates, you know, up to 500 black businesses in all different kind of industries were created. NC Mutual was created essentially as an insurance company because black folks couldn't get, it couldn't be honored in death. White folks didn't want to bury her. And so, you know, black folks came together in this kind of mutual aid society, say, hey, we can put our money together, and when somebody dies, we'll help bury you. NC Mutual grew out of that aspect. But just like today, right, all of us, you know, insurance is one of those kind of very, very interesting businesses, right? Because it's like the business that, it's like the bill you pay that you kind of don't want to have to ever kind of call in. Like, you know, you pay car insurance every month, but you don't really want to file a claim because you don't want to get in a wreck. And so it's like a business that takes money and you know, tries not to pay it back out. Well, with mutual savings or with mutual insurance, these were like very small life insurance policies. So if somebody died, you bury them, which you can go, that's going to happen, right, sooner or later. But there's a float, right? It's kind of the Warren Buffett way, right? You get the money now, you hope not to have to spend it later, so you invest it in the meantime. NC Mutual, in a lot of ways, served as this kind of centerpiece of like a venture capital fund for entrepreneurship in Durham. People would pay you hear stories about, you know, the mutual agents going around knocking on the door and paying, you know, folks paying their $1, you know, a week or whatever for these policies. And then they would come back to Mutual and they would be in the coffers, and Mutual basically reinvested that money in the community. And so that created this kind of foundation for the ecosystem that became the business landscape. That ultimately is what led to the rise of Black Durham, and it ended up inspiring communities all around. Mutual opened businesses in all kind of different Black communities. What became Soul City, which is actually a real city. I tell my students that, they're like, "What? Soul City? You making that up?" No, there's a Soul City here in North Carolina that was inspired by Durham. But then, you know, of course, a number of things happened around the mid 20th century. You know, everything from just the kind of constant decay of the community. Integration was happening. Of course, you had, you know, the civil rights integration that ended up being kind of economically one way. where money went out to Black community, it didn't kind of come in, and you had urban renewal, right? The sense of going into the communities and revitalize them, and so that essentially ended up being a death knell for the Haiti community. So those communities that did not get destroyed by racial violence, that were like the Tulsa, Oklahomas, the Wilmington, North Carolinas, you had in the Red Summer 1919 had like 40 communities that were destroyed from racial violence. The ones that did not get destroyed that way ended up largely getting destroyed through urban renewal. The I-95 that we love so much went through Jackson Ward in Richmond. Same thing happened in Birmingham. I-5 in LA. Here it was 147. So the highway that some of you might have come on went right through the middle of Durham's Black community. By some estimates, it ended up destroying about 4,000 homes, about 500 businesses that were largely around here in the Haiti community, which then led to kind of an exodus of folks who could leave. So kind of that middle class that was here, Black middle class, as integration of neighborhoods happened, those individuals were able to move out, leaving the folks behind that were the least able to move out, or those that were just committed and they wouldn't move out. And what we've seen is a decline of all kinds of capital during that time period. I mean, for the last 60 years since the highway came through, social capital, entrepreneurial, economic capital, human capital, all those kind of things, which has kind of led to this being essentially the poorest zip code in Durham at this point. NCCU is one of the remaining anchor institutions that is still around where I work at North Carolina Central University. NC Mutual, for all practical purposes, is in default and under control of the state. A number of the other banks and things like that have shut down. And so it's interesting when I stand in front of my students and say, hey, you can be great business folks. And I said, this was a business hub. They say, what this? I mean, what happened? And I always say, I might as well start out these stories with, once upon a time, and end it with they lived happily ever after, but they didn't live happily ever after, right? And so what I want to kind of leave with that is that, this story can be repeated in a lot of different places across the United States, this kind of destruction of Black wealth and destruction of Black homes and things of that nature. Promises made that were never fulfilled. There were a lot of promises made about urban renewal that would come about if the Black community agreed to some of these projects, did not come about. It's left a lot of pain and anger in the community. There's still folks up around here that have stories about, their homes being destroyed, the highway going through the middle of it, things of that nature. So it's left a lot of pain. John mentioned Haiti Reborn, which is an effort that I've been leading and pushing, really focused around this idea of how do we invest significant resources into this community in a way that doesn't gentrify it. Economic mobility without gentrification, or at least without forced gentrification. I believe people should have the right to kind of live or want to live, right? So I think sometimes we we kind of romanticize the idea of people feeling like people always want to live in the same place, but then people should have that choice. So Haiti Reborn is really a project that's pulled together folks from the community as kind of basis and foundation, but then beyond that, looks at investing over the course of the next decade $1 billion into development here that is community owned. So wealth generating opportunity to move the work forward. You can feel free to, if you want to Google, you can Google Hayti Reborn, HAYTI Reborn.com, or the Durham Global Equity Project, which is associated with it. But the hope is that we can be demonstrative of how you can rebuild a community with the people at the center. So I want to move now to do my introduction of our wonderful speaker, who I think will talk about how some aspects of this idea of what happened when folks show up and ready to run a highway through you or something like that, right? So Carolyn Crockett, Dr. Carolyn Crockett, you have a bio inside of the book, so I'm not going to kind of read it from that standpoint. She's certainly a leading thinker and scholar in this work around large-scale urban development, right? A couple of degrees from Yale, London School of Economics in between there. We need more minds like Carolyn to work on this work. We were talking earlier, she's born and raised in Boston. She loves Boston so much, she brought the weather with her, so that, so she would feel at home today. And I said, well, make sure you take it back with you when you go. But Carolyn, she's had a very incredible career, leading as a thinker in this work. Both from the academic and the practitioner side. I always say I don't like to think without doing, but I don't like to do without thinking. And certainly, Carolyn is an embodiment of that. You read about her, the work that she did, getting youth involved in the area, giving tours and being able to get resources from that, and what that means for the history that you're embedding in that next generation, but also showing the value of their minds, right? And those kind of things. So has a award-winning program doing that. MIT and that great work there. On the faculty and leading this work around preparing the next generation for what I hope is more equitable planning. She served in the Boston local government for a number of years in economic development, and then she became their first chief equity officer, which is such a distinguished honor because it's so important to have folks in these roles who understand in a very broad way how to do this work. Again, understand both at a theoretical level and at a practical level. When I talk to mayors, mostly, and I had the chance to work some with Mayor Walsh in Boston, do some of my work at Harvard and things of that nature. Mayors always want to, they always want to know kind of, well, what do I need to do? What are the 1 or 2 things I need to do this work, do that work, and and how do we move this forward? And my statement back then was always, well, hey, Mayor, I'm happy to tell you some things that you can do, but it wasn't 1 or 2 things that got us here. It's not going to be 1 or 2 things that gets us out of here. It's going to be something much more than that. And so I think that, it's wonderful that we have folks like Carolyn to work on this, to help bring all those different thoughts together. How do you work on the next generation, the current work, and all these kind of things as we move forward? And so, without further ado, please help me welcome Dr. Carolyn Crockett to the stage to enlighten us with her work. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Dr. McCoy, that welcome and introduction was tremendous. Thank you. I had to look around and make sure I was still breathing. Usually you don't get to hear people say such good things about you while you're still drawing air. So thank you so much for making me feel so at home and so welcome here with you today. So again, good morning. I am Carolyn Crockett, coming to you live and direct from Boston. Can you not hear? It's not on? I don't need it. Oh, extra. Okay, you can hear me. Probably not. Thank you. Thanks, Terry. So, yeah, so I'm coming from Boston, and we are on the other side of a tremendous electoral win on Tuesday. We brought in a very powerful woman to office in the mayor's office in the city of Boston, and I understand here in Durham you have a powerful new mayor yourselves. So it's wonderful to be able to celebrate milestones, especially when we know that women will lead us forward. So again, bringing some celebratory spirit, and also just wanting to lift up the fact that you all have been meeting, having this convening of folks of like-minded hearts and souls for 10 years. Now, this says you are at the 10th anniversary of this convening, so I want to say congratulations. I want to lift up the organizers who have made it possible for all of us to be together. And I want to give special thanks to Terry and Heidi, who have just made this invitation so wonderful, made me feel so at home. In fact, I was saying to myself that you wanted me to feel so at home that you brought the cold weather to me. So I think it's actually a little bit colder here, Dr. McCoy, than it is in Boston this morning. So I hope we can warm up a little bit as the day moves forward. I also just want to recognize that this convening for me is So in the middle of this time, way back away, 50 and 60 years ago, there were many important books that came to us talking about what's happening in U.S. cities in the middle of the 20th century. We have some incredible work that have been really important for me and other scholars thinking about change and progress and crisis in the middle of U.S. cities in the middle of the 20th century. Tom Saru's definitive work on Detroit, talking about the origins of the urban crisis, what that means in terms of immigration and people who live in Detroit. Arnold Hirsch, talking to us very much about Chicago and street heritage around housing there, and then certainly Tom Lewis's book, Divided Highways. Very important text that I draw upon and been inspired by to really rethink and reimagine how we're understanding the state of the American city. And then right there next to them is a humble little offering for me, a little love letter. From a homegrown Boston kid who is trying to really understand her own city in the context of these larger struggles around the vitality, the economic growth, and the equitable inclusion, I guess we would say now, of people who had long been in the city. And so for me, this book I wrote, People Before Highways, that was published by UMass Press in 2018, is my contribution to this bigger story about what do all of these pressures inside of American cities mean, and how can we understand systems change at the highest level. So we cannot understand this story without thinking about the tension between two essential defining moments of American planning and future. So I call out the Brown decision of May 1954. You see there on your screen a jubilant Thurgood Marshall flanked by Hayes and Nabbit, his collaborators from the NAACP Legal Defense Fund. Of course, they are celebrating the miraculous, seemingly miraculous, but very hard-fought battle to the Supreme Court to outlaw separate but equal. And so we know with the Brown decision comes this high water mark of civil rights organizing, of really thinking about what racial integration means, not just in schools, but in all of American society and systems. On the other side of the screen, you see there President Eisenhower signing off on the Federal Aid Highway Act. I call this out as 1956 as a defining moment when the federal interstate highway system was given a tremendous shot in the arm. So this system, which we know today, consists of 46,000 miles of roads, valued at about $400 billion, was really unleashed by the stroke of a pen. And so what I submit to you today as you're looking at two extremely different, in fact, oppositional visions of what the future of U.S. cities and towns and places could be. One on the part of Brown, thinking about racial integration, thinking about a way that the entire country could become more united, and then the Federal Aid Highway Act unleashing a system of road building, destruction and separation, and racial resegregation that would be catastrophic for the rest of the century, and that we're still grappling with today. And in the midst of this, again, new movements for liberation, new movements around civil rights, around student activism, around women's rights, and then also around the world, new claims for independence and liberation. In the middle of your screen, of course, is that iconic photo of Kwame Nkrumah on the night of Ghana's independence being declared in 1957. And so what we're talking about are very different visions of change, of racial liberation, of integration spatially and nationally, and asking ourselves, what did people do? What did they imagine in the middle of these incredible pressures and torques twisting in very different directions? And so on the occasion of Ghana's independence, a huge contingent of American officials and leaders attended this incredibly important and auspicious event, including Martin Luther King Jr. and then Vice President Richard Nixon. On this occasion, Martin Luther King himself says, "A new order is coming into being and an old order is passing away." It seems to me that this is fit testimony to the fact that eventually the forces of justice triumph in the universe, and somehow the universe itself is on the side of freedom and justice. So this is Martin Luther King in Ghana, on the ground, seeing what would be the first Black sub-Saharan country in Africa declaring its independence, ushering in a new age of Pan-Africanism, a new movement around Black liberation, not just based in the United States, but as a global movement. And so very different articulations of liberation, of what's possible, all coming together in the bodies of some very, very important people that will play a big part in the story that I'll share today. So here in front of you, the map of the interstate highway system. I'm showing you this connection of roads, 46,000 miles now of asphalt connecting and dissecting so many cities across the country. So in the 1950s moment, there's this unbelievable amount of money that is now made available by the federal government to fuel road building. And mayors and governors, local officials all across the country would begin this incredible race to get more access to federal funds, to, in many ways, to bolster up very diminished coffers, municipal coffers that were struggling in the post-war moment when so many populations, as you all know, are moving outside of cities to suburbs. These roads, in many instances, were imagined as ways to bring people back into the city. And we know some of the result of this movements, anti-highway movements and revolts. The yellow X's that you see are marking some crucial anti-highway movements and demonstrations that I looked at as a part of this research. And it's interesting to know that it's the West Coast folks, that X that's right about in the Bay, around San Francisco, is giving us our first successful anti-highway fight in 1960. People even in the late 1950s in San Francisco start to organize and say, we do not want this highway to separate us in the middle of our neighborhood and to separate us from the water. And so San Francisco and the Embarcadero becomes the high water mark of what's possible in terms of anti-highway organizing, but it's not the only place. Many communities rejected these roads despite the fact that so many elected officials were eager to mark these roads as a mark of progress, as a way to get federal funding into regions that they argued need them. The federal government was, as many of you know, reimbursing cities to the tune of 90 cents on the dollar. So this was free money, big money, and really a way to get people to be convinced that this was the future, that this was progress, and this was the way forward for us. In Boston, this road and the defeat of this road was a defining moment for progressive and grassroots activists who worked on this fight from the late 50s through the 60s, 70s, until their eventual total victory with the creation of new mass transit and a park in the middle of our city, which was some of what we were able to win in the mid and late 80s. So what you see in front of you is the plan. This dotted line represents what would have been this spoken wheel design of an interstate system coming into Boston. You see two circumferential roads. The dotted in the middle is the inner belt. The outer road is Route 128. Some of you may know that one of the first circumferential and limited access roads in the country. And then this system of sort of 6 radial spokes out. The dotted lines suggest what the alignment would have been, and all of the roads that were ultimately defeated as a result of this activism. On your right side, you see a detail of the inner belt, sort of that inner circle that was really the battleground, the front line of so much of the activism here, because this 10 to 12 lane highway at some points about 10 stories high would have gone right through the heart of the city, intersecting much affordable housing, several affordable housing communities, also intersecting a couple campuses, university campuses, but a densely populated part of the city, largely populated, especially right under the alignments there, multi-ethnic, multiracial communities, lots of working class communities. And so for folks to look at these kinds of maps and see the future or see destruction, depending on who you were. But you know the story and you know these kinds of stories well. What was interesting to me is, as was mentioned earlier, this highway building, highway expansion moment in time came right on the heels of, and sometimes right at the same time as urban renewal programs, which were really about clearing land and making way for housing, so they said, although many times those housing projects never appeared. The textbook case of this is the story of the West End. Boston's West End story is the second large urban renewal project in Boston. As we all know, urban renewal was unleashed through the Title I of the 1949 Housing Act, and there's a clause in there which calls out eminent domain powers as accessible to local authorities, who could say that a neighborhood was blighted, declare it was a slum, and then use that as justification to get federal resources to clear out sometimes thousands upon thousands of families, as was the case of the West End neighborhood. And so here you see essentially what is downtown Boston, right in the middle there. I want to bring your attention to, there's a bridge that's coming across that body of water a little bit to your left. And right next to that is a very densely and low, but densely populated neighborhood known as the West End. It was home to a very, very, very rich community of Italian immigrants, of Jewish families. Some of you may know Spock from Star Trek was born, Anthony Nimoy, right, was born in this neighborhood. Incredibly important part of the city that was basically cleared out. 2,700 households were removed from this area in less than a year's time, leaving, if you can look there, you'll see that smear of dirt, basically that emptiness on that other image, showing you the devastation of what the West End was in this 1958-59 moment. What was instructive to me is the way that this particular act of clearance and displacement sits in the hearts and minds of so many people in Boston. People for whom, people who knew people who lived there, people who didn't know people who lived there, people know about this story and they still talk about it. When I asked people to talk to me about what it meant to take on fighting I-95 in the 1960s and 70s, many people talked to me about this West End removal and urban renewal project, because they talked about how devastating it was to see so many families lose their homes. There was no relocation assistance. There was no notice. There was no exchange for fair market value of where you lived. These were mostly working people, mostly renters. That is no justification for the level of violence and displacement that they experienced, but at this time, that was not surprising. And so what is striking to me is the fact that once this removal and once this clearance happened, in many ways it radicalized the city and electrified people's imagination in terms of what was not permissible, what was unethical, and what was not okay. And so in Boston, when this plan around I-95 started to heat up and people started to think about what that would mean for other working class communities, other multiracial communities, the specter of this story, the example of what must not happen again, loomed very large for the people in the city. And so it led to protest. It led to mobilization. On your right, you're seeing, it's not the best quality, but it is an archival photograph from the Boston Globe showing people showing protesters on the steps of the Massachusetts State House. In January 25th, 1969, these protesters came together, about 2,000 people, to let the governor know, then Governor Sargent, that they were absolutely opposed to this highway plan. At this point, there was alignment from the governor, from local mayors, from some labor organizations, from certainly folks who were connected to the petroleum lobby in Washington, the auto lobby, really pushing people in Massachusetts to adopt this road plan. But people said no, people said hell no. And again, a lot of that from my research was really activated by previous examples of clearance, not the least of which was the West End. On the other side is about 8 months, 8 or 9 months prior to this People Before Highways Day demonstration, which is what it was called. Protesters showed up on those same steps of the State House to perform a silent vigil for Dr. King's assassination. So after Dr. King was murdered in 1968, many folks came to the steps of the State House to make their petition. And the petition you see in front of them is this sign saying "Black is beautiful," seemingly innocuous phrase, but at the time very radical. The wording is not colored, is not Negro, but is Black, and is advancing a new kind of vision, a new kind of politics about Black political self-determination, Black cultural expression, and this new notion of community control, which was rising up at the end of the civil rights era and movement. What's striking here is that at the moment of Dr. King's death, also what was on trial was this notion of racial integration, of non-violent civil disobedience, with which a newer generation of activists would reject and would say Dr. King's assassination suggests to us that this kind of a strategy for exacting justice, economic, cultural, and political justice is not feasible. And so we have to take on a much more militant approach that's focused on self-determination, that's focused on community control, and focused on a much more aggressive politics. And so it's no surprise to me that these activists would put themselves again on the steps of the State House as a way to put their call not only in the public sphere, but also to make a petition to state government, to the governor, saying these are the new terms, this is the new reality, this is the new politics of this moment. Those politics, those visions, that sense of boldness would go directly into the heart of the anti-highway movement and change the strategy for how to not only mobilize people on the ground, but how to articulate a different kind of a vision for the future of the city, of the region, and of the country. This is not inconsequential. So on that same day, January 25th, 1969, what you see here is a larger photo of those protesters who showed up. On your right side is Governor Sargent, who, bless his heart, was brave enough to come and confront these protesters, even though he was only a few days on the job. So for folks who are in this room with me, I would just ask for you to take a look at this photograph and tell me what you see, or anything interesting here for you, anything notable just visually from what you see of this image from 1969. This is a very important moment for this movement, and I just wonder what you notice, if anything. Don't be shy. Anybody? Anything notable to you? We're all friends here. I won't grade you. We're just chatting. Yeah. Right, you see that sign that says People Before Highways? Yeah, thank you for calling that out. That is what this movement called itself. And so it is the book title. I snatched it from them, but this is how the movement called itself into being. And so one of the things when I look at this image, what I think of is the incredible assortment of folks that you see here. You are absolutely looking at a regional movement across so many suburbs and towns, so many young people, older folks. You got some MIT, Cambridge intellectual types. You have some beatnik types. You have some very serious fur-haired ladies from the suburbs. You got some older bingo ladies smoking, and some of my favorite, you have these altar boys who are in the front, and they look very skeptical. That's something they all have in common. They're all very skeptical and not impressed by this guy, the governor. Despite the earnestness of his body language, his appeal, nobody's impressed. Again, not even the children. So he had a hard day that day, but this would begin the negotiations between the State House, the governor, and folks on the ground saying there is a different kind of future that's possible. It's not just about stopping roads, although we're going to start there, but we really want to think about a different kind of a vision for us in this moment of 1969. And so here's an early kind of rendering of what this road design would look like. This is around 1962 or 63 from the Department of Public Works. Many of these state agencies, as you all know, are kind of where technocratic planners sit and come up with images like this that look kind of okay, right? And I look at this, I see kind of wavy, noodly, spaghetti-like lines all over, suggesting what these new roads would be and what their configuration was. And sometimes these planners would bring these kinds of maps to community meetings in a forum like this and say, this is the plan we have, do you like it? And people would say, I mean, I guess. Does it mean I'll get to someplace faster? Does it mean more cars will be able to get out of these side roads and get on the, fine, it all looks great. But the reality is there's something very sinister about a map like this because it's never obvious to you where the road actually lands. It just kind of floats out in space, and we know in reality, roads don't float out in space. They hit the ground, they hit neighborhoods, they hit homes, people, and businesses. And so many of the activists, to their credit, they would make their own renderings of these kinds of plans. And this is an example from a local Cambridge newspaper that I found, an archival image of what the highway activists were doing. What they would do is they would show the alignment that was being proposed by the state. So what I did for you is I tried to highlight myself with red and green and blue, the alternative alignments that were being suggested by activists and advocates. And up above, that yellow line is showing you what the Department of Public Works plan was. I'm sure you can't really see what's here, but in principle, what you're seeing is the activists understanding that you need to show a street level map. You need to show something like a Rand McNally map so people to understand, again, what the impact of these roads would be. And once activists, including Fred Salvucci, Dennis Blackman, Tunny Lee, and others who are heroes and icons back home, once they started to produce maps like this and publish them in local papers, you now had an organizing tactic. You now had a way to actually bring people's attention to what was happening and what potentially could result if the catastrophic vision of these roads became reality. And so you're seeing an alignment that through Cambridge, which was right on MIT's campus, MIT was none too pleased with the idea that a road would be passing through its campus. And so with each vision that was articulated by activists, the road was getting closer and closer to MIT's footprint. And that also began a lot of this battle and a lot of the tactic, which would be important. So although this doesn't seem maybe that interesting or that glamorous, it's always fascinating to me to understand what are the actual tactics that organizers use to not only raise public consciousness, but to actually make people act. What would make people move into a meeting, into a forum, onto the steps of the State House, unless they understood what was at stake, unless they understood the impact, and these maps and these map-making battles was a really important part of that struggle. And so here, what you're looking at is some of the aftermath of clearance on along the corridor for what would have been the Southwest Corridor Highway and what are sort of moving through neighborhoods of Jamaica Plain and Roxbury and the South End, very diverse neighborhoods at that time, now facing lots of gentrification, but at the moment that we're talking about, this is after 1966, when so much clearance had happened through the city, and residents are sort of stuck in this limbo place. By 1966, 1970, when the road was stopped, the land just sort of sat dormant. And the question was, what are we going to do with this land? And local residents began to do things like create urban gardens and urban farms. And so what you're seeing is an image of the Southwest Corridor Community Farm. And one of the horticulture experts there is right in this image, Carmanza, and she's leading a class of residents, talking to them about different kinds of things to grow, different kinds of seeds to use in their neighborhood to take advantage of what's empty land, but now being made to be productive. One of the things that I think is interesting about this image for me is not just people really taking it upon themselves to assign a new land use value for land that's kind of in limbo in this period before it was redeveloped into public transit and a park. But it's interesting to think about what had been there. So you're seeing an expanse in the middle of the city, But if you look in the middle, in the center of the image, you'll see those telephone poles. And that is sort of evidence of what had been, evidence of the homes that were here, evidence of the fact that we were looking inside of what had been a densely settled part of the city, full of homes and neighborhoods that had been cleared for the highway's arrival. And in moments like this, we're looking at considerable tension. We're looking at moments of in-between, of vacancy, of not quite a victory, of a partial victory, but communities were very forcefully inserting themselves and saying there are new uses, there are new appropriations of land, there are new ways to think about what progress actually means. If it means increasing food access, if it means increasing cultural understanding of different food ways, of different horticultural ways, we can use the land to do that and not just make way for cars. Also politically, the Boston chapter of the Black Panther Party became very involved in not only protesting against the highway at the time, but even later into the 70s, saying there are other ways to use the land. And so when I talk about the notion of city building, what I'm also talking about are different ways that various communities are asserting more appropriate higher uses of the land itself. And so here, the Black Panthers had opened a free health center, establishing a trailer right in the middle of land that would have been used for the highway. Floyd Hardwick, who was the chair of education for the Boston Black Panther Party, talks about the fact that many of the communities that were right in the middle of where the highway would have been located did not have access to good health care. And so the Panthers took it upon themselves to staff this trailer. As you can see, some of the hours are there. It's open on Saturday and Sunday from 2 to 6, and Tuesdays and Thursdays from 7 to 11. They had contacts at local hospitals and including some faculty at Harvard, since Floyd Hardwick had been a student there, and we're using some of those connections for expertise, but also supplies. And so very radical ideas about planning, very radical ideas about land use, really very much forwarded by very radical thinkers and showing how Black nationalism and again, ideas of self-control, community and local control could be used to imagine the other side of stopping this road. And so what we wound up having is this expanse of surplus land in the end. And so in this period where much land is cleared for the highway, the governor eventually says, no, we're not going to build this thing. There's all of this strip of land that is laid in the heart of several different neighborhoods here. So much of the vacant land was used for constructing this park. And then there are parcels that are some of which are still empty today that are awaiting development opportunities. And so this is just a rendering and showing you how this land is moving through the South End. Some of you may know Jamaica Plain, Roxbury, which is the heart of Boston's African American community, and how what would have been a slice through these neighborhoods was imagined as a parkland that literally kind of knits together a bunch of places that would have been further separated. And so in many ways, a victory story for sure. And so this is what we would have had. This is the proposed road, giving you another rendering of that right there on your left. This huge, again, 10 to 12 lanes in some places, sort of colossal structure coming through the city, bringing about 160,000 cars a day. I particularly like this rendering because what's always notable to me is when highway planners show you an image of a road, there's never any traffic. Right? Isn't that amazing how they just never show any traffic? We always know that that's not the case. And in fact, when this rendering was released, the traffic counts we know were already outdated and outmoded. And so the Governor Sargent rightfully called out the fact that this ill-conceived logic that more roads lead to less traffic is quite fallacious. And we know that more roads just create more traffic. And so it was an important understanding, which we understand now, but then at the time, seemed out of hand. And so what resulted was, again, stopping this road and then creating a new linear park, a 4.7-mile park that goes through the city and a few neighborhoods that are reconnected based on some surface construction and some roofing literally on top of a train line, the Orange Line train, which is there, you can see in one of the images, and just some beautiful outdoor space. Basketball courts, tot lots, gardens, all of these things are a part of this incredible landscape, which is actually itself a living memorial to citizen activism and the ability to say no to what doesn't seem to make any sense and deliver any real benefit for local residents, and to say yes to a new, bigger, bolder, and more expansive vision. And so this is just some of the drawings. The architects, Stella and Lee, were in conversation with residents and other engineers and architects to rethink this moment of recreation of urban fabric, to think about what do the sight lines look like for this park and also for the train, where are places where people can sit, how to make the urban environment pedestrian centered, how to make it enjoyable, how to think about shading, how to think about recreation. And so all of these values, which were the notions amongst the activists who were stopping the highway, were able to be harvested and pulled into a new vision for what this transit and park land could look like. And so as we know, Faulkner said it best, it's there, you've got it. So the conversation now is pulling so much of these stories forward. For me, was really exciting to think about bringing activists and so many people who had been involved in that 1969 moment back together in 2019. We organized a reunion, a coming together, a 50th anniversary of that day. And we brought people into the State House, which was very exciting for me because it was just a small kind of crazy idea that a friend had. And I said, I don't even know how to find these people. And the person said, we'll find them. And so we started calling people. And when I started talking to some of these activists, I said, if we were to commemorate this day when you all were so successful and victorious in defeating this interstate highway system and deciding what yes could look like, how could we commemorate that? And they said, you know, what we want to do is we'd want to actually go inside of the State House. Because when we showed up on January 25th, 1969, we were outside and it was cold. And so we never got a chance to go inside of the building. And so we worked with one of the state reps, Russell Holmes, who is in the middle of the photograph there, and we got permission to bring all these folks into the building. And I'd hoped to bring about 25 people, and you can see we far exceeded that, and we're able to get inside there. We're able to have this moment where there's a drummer outside. We weren't able to bring the drummer inside the State House, unfortunately, because there's some very arcane law making it so that you can't bring drums in the State House. That's a problem. But we got in there anyway, and when we showed up, the state police were so worried. They said, what is this? What is the protest? And I said, no, the protest happened. This is the celebration of the protest. And he said, what are you guys going to do? And I said, we are celebrating the protest. These people are friendly. You don't have to worry about anything. So it definitely got a lot of attention because we were such a jubilant crew. But incredibly gratifying to bring these activists together to meet with lawmakers and to just commemorate what was so important, but to remember that the work was not done. And so in that spirit, we pulled another group of folks together to think about what would it mean to literally hack out this history for students, for activists, for academics. How could we create a day to talk about not only what we learned through this history, but what would that mean for current fights to create more affordable housing in the city of Boston, more multimodal transportation, better an understanding of what real jobs look like in an economy that continues to grow. And so we had a hackathon. It's MIT, what else are you going to do? You have a hackathon. So we pulled together a bunch of these activists, some archivists from Harvard, from Boston University, from Northeastern, from MIT, and then some community-based organizations who were saying that they were facing a big issue. And each of these organizations presented their issue, We created teams that would sort of address the issue. We asked the archivist to let us have access to historical materials that gave us a sense of how this issue was addressed in the past, in the context of the Dudley Street Neighborhood Initiative, which is a nationally known model that's dealing with community land trusts and what it means to have a community land trust as a way to create housing security and stability for neighborhoods that are facing gentrification and other kinds of economic pressures. The Dudley Street Neighborhood Initiative had dealt with a wave of arsons in the 70s and 80s that resulted in quite a bit of arson. Quite a bit of land vacancy in that community, and so the land trust was an antidote, sort of a way to think about control, stabilization, more housing, etc. And so we asked the archivist to talk to us about that story and to let the HAC team see some of those images, understood what that meant then and now, and had them create what they felt like, what the HAC team saw as a strategy for letting people know not only DSNI's history, but letting them know how the past could inform current efforts to actually inform residents who are in the neighborhood who didn't really know that earlier story. So very interesting for us to think about this kind of team-based approach. And then the teams had a day. They basically had 8 hours to be looking at archival material, to be talking to people from a community-based organization, to hear what the problem was, and then literally to meet, to drink a lot of Mountain Dew, and to have some chips, and come up with a solution. And so by the end of the day, you'll see one of the teams there presenting their solution. This is some of the team that worked on it, a group of graduate students in the planning department, folks in the architecture department, and then undergrads too, and local artists, you see there in the middle. And then again, a day of this hacking. And so the hack was designed for 55 people. And they organized and assembled, and they thought about big questions related to past organizing, but focused on how to move the work of these key organizations forward. The event sold out in a day and a half or so. It was incredible. And we found that by having professional archivists and activists and academics in the room, it allowed us to do some cross-generational building, because again, for some young people, they didn't know some of these earlier histories. For some of the senior residents who were in the room, and some of them did come, they felt like this was a chance to share what had been their experiences, but the fact that they were so discouraged to know that we were facing and dealing with so many of the same issues that they thought were over and done. And so I leave you with this idea that there is much to do to answer not only these historic fights, these historic battles around the system, very different ideas about what the system is saying is the future, what the system is saying is progress, when in fact we know that the question is always going to be about participation, is always going to be about new notions of what progress is and what power is. Dr. King said it best when he said that power is just the ability to achieve purpose. And the question for us all to consider is, what is the purpose that we are here to advance? And so I celebrate this convening. I celebrate all of you for lifting up the opportunity and the necessity of understanding alternative futures, alternative possibilities, and the realities that we need are not the realities that we have inherited. So I'll leave it there, and thank you so much for the chance to talk with you. No, it'd be great. Yeah, welcome them. Yeah. Yeah, no. I can, can you? Do you think I can, do I need to use the mic? Do I need to? Okay. Right, thanks, Terry. So I think the question, if I'm hearing it okay, and I apologize if I'm not, is you're asking about, did these different anti-highway movements coordinate? Did they know about each other? And how were they able to sort of bring their activism together and their knowledge together to affect change in Washington? Is that sort of the question? Yeah, there was actually some coordinated effort over time, especially in the Boston case seemed to be decisive for folks. So that kind-hearted looking governor, I showed you, Governor Sargent, after he met with folks on that day, he came out on January 25th and talked to folks outside and actually had some private meetings in the State House that day and then in the weeks that followed. When he comes out and he makes this famous speech and he says, "We were wrong. Highways must stop. You guys were right. We were wrong." And he pledges not only to stop these roads, but to go to Washington, to get money from DC to create public transit and to basically expand mass transit, commuter rail, and also to do some more work in terms of open space development. He had been in conversation with others, and there was a coalition that came together of folks who were from some of these other cities, and there is this convening that happened in DC where folks really went into advocacy mode. And what that resulted in is the Highway Act of, I think it's 1974, sorry. And what's essential there is that it becomes the moment where there's federal money that becomes available for mass transit. And there's a provision in there called the Boston Transfer originally, and then the language was changed, and it meant that the federal government could allocate money not just for roads, which had been basically the rule of the day, but for mass transit. And that was, Boston was the first city to tap that funding, and then there were many others and continue to be others around the country. So your question is perfect, because you're basically asking, where was the coordination? Did that happen, and what was the result? Well, the result was this change in federal transportation law, and also this incredibly powerful coalition of folks that were able to tap their legislators to eventually bring real change to DC and real change to the law. So thank you for that. Hi.
So mass transit development can sometimes have negative effects on communities. If they need to build corridors, they can also provide access to communities. And so the decisions made by a mass transit expansion can affect communities the other way. So I was thinking, actually stayed just outside Roxbury for vacation.
Oh, great.
And
how was
I
it?
learned a little bit about the story about, in some ways, the lack of extension of mass transit into certain parts of Roxbury denied those areas. Yeah. But fortunately, the corridors that are there are somewhat minimized, like you showed in your drawings. You have good pedestrian access over top of those tracks.
Sure.
How have mass transit engineering projects done better what did they learn from highway projects as far as serving communities better?
Yeah, no, so your question is essentially a question about access and about the limit, the opportunity, but often the limit of access, transportation access into communities that are underserved, and what can those projects and communities learn from highway movements or even highway plans? This is another great question, and what I found to be interesting is in asking people, and I'll come more directly to your question, and asking people, particularly activists and folks who are on the front line of this anti-highway fight, how did you feel? Like, you have to feel incredible. You defeated this thing, and you didn't think it was possible. It seemed like all the odds were stacked against you. DC saying build roads, you have the governor say build roads, you have all these things. And so you must feel awesome that you stopped this thing. And to a person, most folks were saying, well, they're not so sure. And the reason why they say that, and many of these activists were in their 70s and some 80s, were saying that we didn't realize that by stopping a road, it created this incredible livability in the middle of the city. And some of them, one activist in particular, Chuck Turner, who has now passed, had said that he felt so conflicted because his deepest concern or regret was that somehow by stopping the road that he had hastened gentrification for communities that literally were just looking for access to jobs, access to better transportation opportunities. So that kind of stuck with me to think about what are the, particularly more direct to your question, what are the limits or the ways that transportation or access to mobility was not offered by these communities. It has more to do with this idea of how are folks being more fully integrated actually economically. And it seems like there's something still off with how we understand economic development and how to make it more targeted for communities, because that's the issue that continues to be elusive for community members, for residents in Roxbury, residents in Jamaica Plain and South End. The idea that we stop a road so it doesn't displace you, but we want to make it so that you actually do have access to economic opportunity, to transportation options, to just greater livability, and we still have not delivered there. So although you're asking a question which is quite kind of tactical and sort of an engineering question in some ways, I think the battle remains around how to clearly, in a city like Boston, how to increase our public transportation infrastructure, which is an ongoing issue, but how do you actually drive economic benefit to communities that continue to be bypassed by it for decades and generations? So bigger than what you asked, but I appreciate it. I'd love a follow-up if I didn't hit it for you.
That's good.
Okay.
I think that rail access it has the potential to have less impact, the same number of passengers as a highway project.
Yeah.
To be a little bit more focused.
Yeah, that's true.
Some advantages there, but I think that maybe the culture of transit development has learned a lot of lessons. The mistakes of the highway.
No, it's true. And your point about rail is a great one. There was a local intracity line, the Fairmont line, and I don't know if when you were vacationing in Roxbury if you'd heard about it or passed by it, but it's service that's just recently been restored and allows folks who are in the city to have really quick and direct access to downtown, sort of 8 minutes or 10 minutes versus 30 or 40 minutes by connecting bus lines. And so that question is alive and well. And with the election of Michelle Wu as our mayor on Tuesday, she basically comes into office with not only a bold vision about climate change, but also a bold vision about what transportation justice looks like and potentially subsidized ridership for folks. So we'll watch that too. Yeah, thank you. Sure.
The question online is, do you have any thoughts on how most of the South failed to utilize the mass transit system opportunity? Was it just lower density and smaller urban centers, or were there just other major factors involved?
Yeah, this is a question again about transportation infrastructure, and some of it has a lot to do in Boston's case with what the I guess the best way to say it is sort of for the basis of our economy was really flipping in the 20th century, we see. So the fact that Boston makes so much, is able to generate so much of its wealth and productivity in the 19th century and certainly even before there, when I think about our maritime work, is based on sort of textile production and sea-based trade. And so the physical infrastructure to support that through rail lines, through even roads, is very much aligned because of, for so much of the rest of the state and so much of our history is coming out of the Industrial Revolution as a textile-based production. This extreme pivot that we see in the 20th century as Boston moves to a more service-based economy that's based on education and healthcare and finance and all these things, it has a direct implication for the city's physical organization. And so in asking a question about what that means in terms of the South or even North Carolina, I would ask us to kind of step back in time, as Dr. McCoy was helping us do, to say, what was the economic infrastructure of this region, even before the 20th century, before highways are the ways to go, that tell us what needs to be reorganized or what needs to be tweaked. And so if the story here is about tobacco, the story is about sort of this extractive economy, what is the way that the city where people live is organized based on that? And what is the flip that we're trying to make in the 21st century? So Boston has this larger rail system, this larger system of waterways, and even outside of the city of canals that we're still trying to overcome, or we're still trying to remake in this post-industrial moment. And so every city and every state will have to reckon with its economic history and the physical organization that's made possible by that, as well as the political and social impacts of that. And I think there's something essential to be said about the racial organization and certainly gender that's affected by that. So a great question, and one that economists can't answer, actually. I have some friends who are economists, but my goodness. I think this is a question for advocates, for activists, and for students really to take on and to say, kind of how do we bypass literally all of this kind of broken infrastructure that we have to remake the infrastructure that we need, which is much more mobile, which is more hybrid, and certainly to get us away from coal and carbon. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Dr.
Great.
Carolyn Crockett. Thank you.
Thank you.
North Carolina General Assembly passed the MAP Act of North Carolina, which enabled our transit system to utilize eminent domain to capture parcels across our state, not giving the owners those fair values for their properties, to build roads, interstates, and highways across the state. This came to an end not 30 years ago, not 20 years ago, not 10 years ago, but 5 years ago, when a judge in North Carolina said that the MAP Act was not constitutional, and that North Carolina and the Department of Transportation must face a reckoning for the transportation decisions of the past. It has left us in a state in our transportation funding that is fragile, that is requiring incredible advocacy and vision for the future. And what Dr. Crockett's book does for us, it shows us a framework and a direction for that change for the better. So I want to thank again Dr. Crockett for your leadership. Thank you everybody for being here. Some other housekeeping pieces. Our next sessions will begin at 11 o'clock. One will be right here in this auditorium. We have a room in the back as well for our all kids bike and NC session. So you have a choice here in person. Online, you have the same thing. So look for links in your invitations and join us for one of the two sessions. I want to thank everybody again for being here, and we'll see you again at 11. Thank you.
All right, welcome everyone. If folks who are still milling around want to take a seat, that'd be great. Oh, testing out the mic here. So good morning. I want to welcome you all to the Access to Transit panel. Thank you for everyone who's here in Durham and everyone who's participating online. My name is Eric Lanfried. I use he, him, his pronouns. I'm a board member for Bike Durham, which is a nonprofit organization that believes that everyone should have access to safe, affordable, and sustainable transportation, regardless of who they are or where they live. I also manage the Transit Equity Campaign here in Durham, which holds the public agencies in charge of updating the Durham Transit Plan accountable to make sure that the needs of current transit riders, transit workers, and low-wealth BIPOC, which stands for Black, Indigenous, and People of Color communities, are the first priorities in that plan update. Access to transit, and particularly for those walking, biking, or rolling, is critical to ensuring a sustainable and equitable transportation system. I'm very excited that the City of Durham is working on improving access to transit. You'll hear about one of the projects currently underway on Fayetteville Street, which is just one block away from the site of this summit. I hope many of you, at least those here in person, will join us for a mobile tour of Fayetteville Street, which begins at 1 p.m. today. I've been encouraged that many transportation planners and engineers have moved beyond traffic safety campaigns to recognize that the way that our streets are designed must change to prevent traffic violence and make it more attractive for people to get out of their cars and trucks and use more sustainable modes such as walking, cycling, rolling, and using transit. I'm also encouraged that there's a growing recognition that our transportation system was created through a history of decisions that have led to inequitable outcomes along racial lines. John Talmadge earlier this morning gave this fact, but I'm going to repeat it because I think it's really important. Every 21 days, someone is seriously injured or killed walking or biking in Durham, and those that are hit and killed are disproportionately Black and brown. I think that's a really important fact. But the safety improvements should not stop with the physical infrastructure. You're going to hear about some of those, and those are very important. But through the Transit Equity Campaign and other efforts in Durham, many people have talked about other types of barriers as they walk, bike, roll, or use transit, including the fear of crime and harassment by other people or law enforcement. It is critical to do equitable engagement for all transportation plans and projects. The people who use the local transportation network every day know those streets the best and often identify challenges and opportunities that planners or engineers might miss. It is also critical to move outside of our silos to identify solutions that lead to more equitable outcomes, whether these solutions have traditionally been done in your department or in a different department. So the way that we will do the panel today is that we're going to hear from each of our panelists first. I'll introduce each one of them before they speak. And then we're going to have a roundtable discussion that will include hopefully some of your questions. So be thinking about your questions. You can submit them online if you are participating virtually. Otherwise, just hold on to them in your brain. And when we get to the end of having each panelist speak, we'll take those questions and start the discussion. So without further ado, I will introduce our first panelist, and that is Sean Egan. Sean joined the City of Durham in November of 2019 as Director of Transportation. Almost 2 years, 2 years now, exactly. Yeah. It is November, isn't it? The city's Department of Transportation is responsible for local and regional transportation planning, traffic operations, parking, and transit. He previously served in state, local, and regional government positions in the budget, transit, and transportation agencies of the state of Maryland and in Washington, D.C. at the District Department of Transportation and Washington Metropolitan Area Transit Authority, or most people know it as WMATA. And I'll turn it over to you, Sean. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Eric. And I'm really excited that Durham is playing host. Welcome to Durham for those of you visiting us. I hope you enjoy your time here and that you patronize all of our local small businesses while you're here. So as Eric said, I'm about 2 years in this week as Director of Transportation for the City of Durham. And I'm really excited about the work that, it's funny, we're very much on the same page about the work that we're doing on equitable community engagement in the City of Durham. So the Transportation Department has partnered with neighborhood improvement services and community partner organizations here in Durham to ensure that transportation plans and projects benefit from input from communities that were historically excluded from the decision-making process. So here in Durham, just steps from where we meet today, we live with the shameful history of the destruction of the Hayti community, established in 1868 by Reverend Edian Markham, an African-American Methodist Episcopal missionary and former slave. So the Durham Freeway could offer quick and easy transportation, primarily for white commuters. We also know that there are examples like the Crest Street neighborhood near Duke University Hospital, where communities effectively advocated for their priorities and mitigated the harm caused by the Durham Freeway. Our challenge today is to move beyond harm mitigation, to intentionally seek input from communities before decisions are made to maximize the benefit for communities starved of resources over decades through previous transportation plans and projects. So one of our primary efforts in the City of Durham is to improve the Go Durham transit system. I want to share some key demographic information about our Go Durham riders. More than 80% of our riders are people of color. Nearly 75% of them have incomes below $25,000 a year, and more than 2/3 live in a zero-car household. So transit is their transportation. In a recent presentation to the City Council, I concluded with a recommendation that given the demographics of Go Durham riders and the city's focus on equity and looking at funding decisions through a race equity lens, there's no better transportation investment to promote equity than improving Go Durham services and infrastructure. So with the support of the Durham County Transit Plan that we're updating right now, this work is advancing, including the launch last year of 15-minute service on the Fayetteville Street corridor, all the way from downtown Durham Station to the South Point Mall. We're now looking at how do we pair transit priority infrastructure with that additional frequency and our investments in a 15-minute or better frequent service network. So we're now underway with what we call the Better Bus Project, which is a collection of initiatives to enable the development of our major transit corridors and needs across the city. So the Fayetteville Street Emphasis Corridor that we'll be doing a walking tour of later today, the Holloway Street Emphasis Corridor, which is our highest ridership corridor in the city. We're looking at pedestrian access to bus stops, bus speed and reliability, where buses are getting slowed down or held up, and it's costing our riders time, and a series of other initiatives that are rooted in community engagement where we know we need improvements. So the goal of these projects, and what we'll be talking about during the walking tour, is really to transform the experience of our Go Durham bus riders. High quality infrastructure along major corridors, bus stops, benches, shelters, sidewalk and crosswalk connections, and safety improvements that prioritize pedestrians and transit riders. Our bus speed and reliability will work to advance recommendations from previous studies to see how we can give advantage to buses, particularly in the area around Durham Station. We see, before COVID, we were seeing about 15,000 trips a day. at Durham Station. So any advantage that we can give for bus riders coming in and out of Durham Station is going to have significant dividends for those 15,000 trips. And so as we are working to update the Durham County Transit Plan, we continue to make the case that Go Durham service and infrastructure are an incredible opportunity to direct resources to communities of color, to low-wealth households with limited transportation options, communities historically underserved or harmed by transportation projects and programs. So really excited to have the opportunity to walk the Fayetteville Street corridor, to talk to you about some of the preliminary recommendations that we have for the corridor, and to share our interest in continuing this work. Thanks.
Thank you, Sean. Our next presenter or panelist is Angel Iset Dozier. Angel Iset is a creative strategist, conceptual teaching artist, and an urban visionary, having contributed to writing ed curriculum at the Ferguson Uprisings in 2014. This work led to establishing Be Connected Durham and Beyond, a community education initiative that addresses disparities, fosters equity, connects audiences, and bridges access gaps using the arts, culture, and live music as the vehicle for socio-political change. Angel Iset has 19 years of experience integrating science, technology, and the arts across K through 12 disciplines and learning intelligences, a skill that has served as the foundation for Be Connected Durham. Her love for both the arts and sciences has driven her career in education and STEAM curriculum development within public and independent school systems. Her current project is Live, with an exclamation point, from the Fayetteville Street corridor, which we will visit at 1 o'clock, a third Friday art and business walk implementation series in the historic Hayti district. As a general practice for life and work balance, Angel walks and bikes to most places. Angel.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. Again, I am Angel Iset Dozier. Make a little adjustment. And I'm the founder of Be Connected Durham. What we're doing right now is building the Fayetteville Street Corridor Fellowship with community residents here living on the Fayetteville Street Corridor, which we are calling the historic Hayti community, because that is what it is. Even from this area across the bridge where Pettigrew Street is. If you don't know, that area was considered the downtown of the Hayti district and the place where Black Wall Street originated. We know that very effective systems were in place during this time. It's the area where the Carolina Times started, as well as Hargett and Scarborough funeral services. And there are many, many stories and businesses and organizations that originated in that area when St. Joseph A&E Church was also a prominent figure and a place where people could convene to do amazing work in the community and contribute to the city. So, about the Fayetteville Street Corridor Fellowship, what we're doing, we created Live from the Fayetteville Street Corridor, an art and business walk, in order to engage our neighbors in a type of celebration. So one of the things that we've been able to do as we canvass the community and get feedback from the residents here on the Fayetteville Street Corridor is we've been able to take action based on the feedback that we get. We share it with Neighborhood Improvement Services, and then we determine how to take action in a way that is informed by residents. You'll hear a lot more about that later on, I'm sure, during the panel discussion. But it's really important to mention that we canvass in a way that we are also recruiting more fellows for the project, And these fellows, along with their neighbors, they already have the trust of their neighbors, they put into action these various things, like creating Third Friday. One piece of feedback that we got was that a lot of residents, particularly this particular resident in McDougall Terrace, had gone to a Third Friday event downtown Durham and didn't feel welcome or represented, or had a hard time just communicating with people and feeling unwelcome. So we decided that what we would do was bring the arts and Third Friday to the residents, right where they are, right where the space is already culturally abundant. And again, I'll talk a lot more about that, but we officially launched the project on Juneteenth to align with the city of Durham and Durham County's first observance of Juneteenth as a holiday. And we've been really successful within a short time because that information and the building of these systems comes directly from the recommendations that residents make. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Angel Isett. Next, we have Philip Vereen. Philip serves as the Transportation Director at North Carolina Central University, or NCCU. He was appointed to this role in May of 2020. Prior to coming to NCCU, Philip served with the North Carolina Department of Transportation for 7 years in the roles of Senior Transportation Consultant and Assistant Director of the Public Transportation Division. He has held other career positions at the local government level with the City of Winston-Salem Department of Transportation, the Piedmont Regional Council, and the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police Department in the areas of transportation planning, economic development, and law enforcement. Philip has previously held positions as the Greater Durham Chamber of Commerce, in the Greater Durham Chamber of Commerce, including as Vice President of Government Relations. He was recently involved in the development of the American Tobacco Campus, the development of the streets at South Point Mall, and securing federal funding for the construction of the American Tobacco Trail. Mr. Vereen is a proud Durham native. He graduated from Hillside High School, which is just down the street on Fayetteville Street, in 1993, and is a two-time graduate of North Carolina Central University with an undergraduate degree in political science, with a concentration in public administration, and a graduate degree in geography and earth science. And he is a certified geographic information systems professional. So welcome, Philip.
Thank you, and good morning to everyone. What can I say? We're excited about this project from the university standpoint. And as I get started, I want to give you a couple of statistics about North Carolina Central University, where we are now, and how it plays into this project. At the current enrollment of our university right now is 8,500 students, a little over 8,500 students. That includes graduate and undergraduate students. We also have at the university about roughly 1,200 full-time staff, faculty and staff employees, and about another 350 contractors / part-time faculty and staff as well. The university, if you've been by the campus, there's been a series of large construction projects over the last probably 3 or 4 years. Last year, we opened 2 dorms, expansive dorms. This coming January, we're opening yet another dorm on Lawson Street. And as I saw Sean last night, Sean came to the grand opening of our new student center on campus. And of course, if you come via Austin Avenue to the campus, you will now see the construction of the new School of Business. In fact, there are several cranes over there putting steel in place to frame the building. And there are going to be several other smaller projects that will be coming online, as I mentioned, in the next few months, but also in the next year and a half. So what does that mean for connecting with transit? What does it mean for connecting to the community? Well, if we go back a step further, certainly with Hayti, without Hayti, without the historical context of this community, it would not be in North Carolina Central University. So as this university goes, we have a balance to not only connecting to our neighboring communities, but we also have a challenge and responsibility to making sure that the students who come here to get an education, that they're connected with this community during their time here as well. And one of the things that we're also seeing just related to transit, we're seeing students who are coming to us from different just geographies. So for example, we have students who come from Baltimore or Philadelphia or Washington, places where they have increased frequency of service. As Sean alluded to earlier, that 15-minute frequency has been a hit because that's something that they see in urban areas or larger cities across the country, and they're coming here. A young lady the other day from St. Louis said the same thing, that they're glad to see that. So you have that student who comes from that area. You also have the unique challenge of students who come from less populated, more rural settings, like the young lady I met the other day from Robeson County. She's familiar with transit, but the transit system in Robeson County, the thing you have to realize, Robeson County is one of the largest counties in the state. So there's certainly a delay if you have to make reservations, but certainly they're getting acclimated to a newer setup in Durham as a student here on campus. So we're having to spend time to connect with them on how to utilize Go Durham or Go Triangle when they connect downtown. So it's an education piece that we're having to connect our students to as well. But overall, the connection and the key point that we're definitely interested in how transit can better serve our students, but also how the university can play a better role in as we design and build out a campus. How do we play a role into designing features like a bus pullout in certain areas or a decorative shelter, those kind of things that make transit not only more attractive to our students, but the area in and around the university campus as well. And then ultimately, we can attract more economic development, more small business. We can be a catalyst and a partner to it, and not necessarily the university becoming, in some ways, a barrier. And so that's what we're trying to kind of, I call it a good tension or a good dance between those areas. Connecting the past, connecting the future, but also making sure that there's a linkage, and a bridge at the same time to the next 20 years or beyond, as far as where the university is going to grow, but grow in a way that is integrated into what both panelists have already mentioned, connecting and building a new legacy. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much, Philip. Our final panelist is Joseph Furstenberg. He is the statewide programming and policy unit manager with the Integrated Mobility Division of the North Carolina Department of Transportation, and he's hopefully going to explain what all of those words mean. Joseph has served as a transportation professional with NCDOT since 2018, coordinating statewide multimodal policy and facility design for all state-funded highway projects and non-highway projects. Joseph manages the statewide programming and policy unit of the Integrated Mobility Division, overseeing the project review and Complete Streets program, Safe Routes to School program, transit prioritization projects, TAP-funded projects and programs, and other multimodal programs, projects, and research initiatives. Joseph also serves on the leadership of the North Carolina chapter of the Association for Pedestrian and Bicycle Professionals. Prior to his role at NCDOT, Joseph served as the Economic Development Planner for the Piedmont Triad Regional Council. Joseph's educational background includes a Master's of Public Administration from the University of North Carolina at Greensboro, where he was a Marvin Hoffman Scholar, and a Bachelor of Arts in Political Science from North Carolina State University. A Rockingham County native, Joseph has a long-standing appreciation for trails and the community and economic development opportunities that exist because of investment in trails and multimodal infrastructure.
Yeah, Joseph. Awesome, thanks, Eric. If I'd known you were going to read all that, I would have shortened it up for you, but I appreciate it. Yeah, so, and hopefully I can explain a little bit about what some of those words meant, what integrated mobility is. So Actually, I think it was probably 3 years ago at the Bike Walk NC Summit when Julie and Hannah at the time, who was the director of the Bike and Pedestrian Division, announced the merger of the Bike and Pedestrian Division and the Public Transit Division at NCDOT. And that new named merged division is Integrated Mobility. And so there's a lot of reasons that factored into merging those two divisions, which has already proven to be the right move. But the landscape of mobility is evolving across the state, especially in our urban areas. 3-4 years ago, we saw scooters pop up all over the place. They're still hanging around. There's other things in other larger urban cities that we've seen, gas-powered scooters that you can rent, and all sorts of things that will come in and disrupt, the normal flow of things, you might say. So to address that and to break down the silos within the Bike and Ped and the public transit divisions, but also to, fully integrate those practices. And so that's one of the major reasons that we merged those divisions, and that is what has come to be the Integrated Mobility Division. And as Eric said, I'm on the statewide side of that. We have a regional side that is where more of our planning team is, that work with the MPO and RPO partners. We also have a innovations and data side of the division, which is a new part of the division. Just recently hired on some staff for that, so very excited for some new projects that will come from that side of the division. But really just a full restructuring to bring together the two divisions and to bring together our efforts in everything from planning to design, even for working with our partners. And you'll see in today's program for the summit, you'll see that there's a new map that Integrated Mobility has come out with our new regions. And so we developed those regions, again, merging both divisions to have a contact for each region for the municipalities, the public transit agencies, whoever it may be, for planning, grants administration, safety and compliance, and so that way that there is a point person and a team that is assigned to a region, so that all those things that are sort of you sort of take them for advantage or don't think about them in terms of how to make some of these projects happen sometimes. It really is a great benefit to have your team working together and everybody on the same page. So yeah, happy to be here and talk about that, and certainly the ways that transit has been integrated into how we approach things, especially with complete streets, bringing together not only thinking about transit, but how you get to the transit stops and where you go when you get off the bus, that sort of thing. So yeah, it's just been a great partnership, and it allows for more projects like the Fayetteville Street project to come about. And so, one thing that we'd like to do, especially is, we have a lot of momentum in our urban counties, but we also want to spread this momentum to our more rural areas, cities and towns and counties, to show the advantages of transit in those areas as well. So, like I said, very, very excited to be here and happy to participate.
Great, thank you, Joe. So we're going to move into more of the roundtable kind of questions and answers portion of the panel. For those who are participating virtually, this would be a good time to start getting your questions in if you have any for our panelists. I am going to start with a few questions that I had sent to the panelists in advance of this, and then we'll take questions from the audience here in Durham and from those online. And some of these are a little pointed perhaps towards certain panelists, and I will start with those. But anyone can weigh in on any of these questions that come up for sure. So I'm going to start with Sean, go back to the beginning. And I guess this is born out of a concern or a criticism from a lot of people in Durham, and I'm sure throughout the state, about the speed at which projects actually get delivered. And so I guess the question is, what is being done to ensure that once planned, a project like the one that's being designed right now on Fayetteville Street, that they are built in a timely manner?
So I think the short answer to the speed question is that the speed with which we're delivering projects is inadequate right now. We have great ambition about what we want to accomplish. We have resources in terms of dollars, investments, awards through the Durham County Transit Plan. And now it's really incumbent upon the city to take the steps to build the project delivery capacity that we need in order to really rise up to the ambition that we have, the resources that we have available. So some of the things that we've done over the last year have been, to bring on a consultant team for the Better Bus project. We've also brought on a project management consulting team to augment the work of our staff, to review deliverables, coordinate collection of comments across multiple different departments in the city. A lot of that communication, coordination, review work is very time intensive. And our staff, we've really pushed our staff to the limits of what they can do. We really need to augment that staff with some support as well as additional positions. So we do have an additional position that was added to our budget this year that is a planner position, principal planner, that's focused on transit project delivery, and in particular with a strong focus on projects like the Better Bus, Fayetteville, Holloway, bus access, but also coordination with our partners at Go Triangle. We have 946 bus stops here in Durham, most of which are little more than a signpost in the dirt. We have a very ambitious agenda to, right now we're delivering about 25 bus stop improvements a year. We're trying to grow that to 75 and beyond. But we've got this huge backlog of accessibility improvements, basic 5-foot by 8-foot wheelchair ADA landing area, a connection to a safe crosswalk. Really simple but critically important access improvements. So we're growing our staff. We're having good discussions with our partners about how we continue to grow our project delivery capacity. Unless we find ways to really significantly grow that, we're going to continue to fall short of the promises that we've made. So we're lining up partnerships with, for example, the city's General Services Department to do a revitalization of the platform area at Durham Station. So we're submitting a federal grant application for that project. It would greatly improve the platform area. Right now, 20% of that is covered. It would grow that to 80% of the platform area covered. There would be walkways, more seating areas, restrooms on the platform for folks who are making a tight connection at the station, customer information. So we're kind of trying to grow our capacity within transportation, utilize the capacity of partners like Go Triangle, which has done an outstanding job in taking on the bus stop improvement project, and then working with partner agencies like General Services. But growing that project delivery capacity is a critical need, and we're still working to solve it because we really want to live up to the promise of what we can accomplish.
Anyone else want to share? And Joe, if you have any thoughts on.
From a department's perspective, just to add to that a little bit. So, and I won't take credit for this at all because it wasn't anything that our division led, but another acronym for you. IPD, which is Integrated Project Delivery, is a new system that a couple years ago, probably about 3 years ago, and I'm sure the planning for it started before then, was developed to basically streamline project development within the department and really bring a map. There's a giant flow chart. If you've seen it, it's massive and has lots of colors and blocks on it. But it's extremely helpful in getting a full understanding of what are all the steps required through project delivery. And I know one thing that really will impact the timeline is where the money's coming from. If it's federal money, then there's additional things we have to do, to make sure that everything is by the book and all the surveys and everything happens that way. So that, that can also play into it a little bit. But so that process, the IPD process, has really helped streamline the project delivery and in terms of getting a full picture of what all needs to happen and at what stage it needs to happen. And then for IMD, for the Integrated Mobility Division, we actually have an active project right now that we're developing a feasibility studies program. And NCDOT does have a feasibility studies program, but this program will be focused on bike ped and transit projects. And so that is often one of the limitations of bike ped and transit projects is that they, we have great plans and, everything is figured out in terms of what we want and what we desire for that location. But in terms of getting a project from that planning stage to project development is that feasibility part that misses, in between those two steps. And, making sure that, what are the things that if we start digging, we might find, all the fun things that come into play there. And also gives you, once a feasibility study is complete, you also have a much better picture of, what does the budget truly need to be for this? How much more public engagement we're going to need to do. All those things that can really, when you get into project development, if you haven't accounted for, can delay you because you've got to turn around and make sure you do those things. So just a couple additional steps that, from the department side, we're taking to try to help expedite that process.
All right, great. Next question is, I guess, aimed a little bit more at the community partners in this project. So I'll start with Angel. What does a successful project, so this Better Bus project that the city is working on Fayetteville Street, what would be a successful project from your perspective?
Well, a successful project would absolutely and intentionally include equitable engagement, equitable community engagement. Again, we work directly with residents through the Fayetteville Street Corridor Fellows Project. And what those fellows do is, for example, they go out and take the Better Bus Project survey and take it directly to the people. So we set up at 2 sites this year, at New Visions of Africa, which is just up the street, and then at the other end of our site visits at the Chicken Hut. We started our project with them because last year during the pandemic, Durham Public Schools put out a schedule just showing, where the feeding sites would be so that school kids could still get meals during the pandemic. Especially at that time, nobody knew what was going on. We just knew that people still needed to be able to eat. And our team of residents determined that we wanted to connect to that schedule and find those places where food sovereignty and security were offered in the neighborhood. And these are always organizations or people who are already doing these things. That's what we've been able to find as we canvass and do research within the community as well, is that this work is already being done in these spaces because people take care of each other. So what we did after the first year of just piloting and canvassing the community was we were intentional and partnered with Sean, who's been great for us, to develop a form of community engagement where we would already go to these sites. People were coming there for the free food. New Visions of Africa offers food boxes and meals Monday through Friday from 3 to 6. And then on Sunday, they give residents or whoever shows up a food box. The Chicken Hut does something very similar, particularly on Friday from 12 to 1, they offer free food to anybody who lines up. So a lot of homeless people or people with who live in zero-car households, low income or folk who live in public housing, these are the people that we are looking to engage because they're the ones who figure out how to survive or thrive with little or no resources. And these are the people who are also the experts of this neighborhood, the experts about the bus schedule and those things being effective and what needs to change in order for the systems to be effective. The sidewalks and the crosswalks or lack thereof. We get that kind of information. And so what we found with the Better Bus Project early on is that we were able to get people to complete the survey at a much faster rate, and also pretty much mostly Black and brown folk who historically in the city of Durham have been made to feel like, okay, this language is not for me. I don't know what's going on. And the city has said, oh, well, these people don't fill out the surveys. So what we did was we found a solution to that. And we also found that there were some issues in terms of technology use or technological literacy, also just literacy in general. So we had systems in place based on the feedback to find out whether or not we could guide residents through this survey, guide them through language, or if this was something that we could have them set up and do on their own. And it did make a big difference. We were told, I think maybe toward the end, because we pushed the survey through Juneteenth, and we were told that there was 45%, and you can correct me on this, Sean, about 45% participation from the Black community, which was also a record for the city of Durham in terms of getting that feedback. So a successful project on the Fayetteville Street corridor relies heavily on equitable community engagement, because again, this lived experience, the frustration with the bus not being on time or not being accessible. And a lot of our residents have said, just so they could get to work on time and not be fired during the pandemic, they've taken a Lyft that cost them maybe $20 one way, and they don't even make $15 an hour. It's about maintaining that job so that they can have some form of security. When you think about that, those numbers don't even add up. It's ridiculous. So we have been working actively to continue to help create solutions together with residents. Again, the Fayetteville Street Corridor Fellows live right here on the Fayetteville Street Corridor. I live about a 10-minute walk northwest of this building. And we're talking to our neighbors and all those things just on a regular basis to help increase social mobility, number one, but also having our neighbors' voices heard in public engagement, at public hearings, the various things. And one of the things that we tend to do as I wrap this up is, even for a meeting like this, we encourage people who are not normally shopping or operating in this particular community to take the bus here, walk to these various places, and you'll see what our neighbors have to deal with. You'll get to embody the crosswalks and the lack thereof. You'll get to embody, how unsafe it is when there's not regular maintenance here. You'll get to embody the frustration of parking in places and not necessarily having a lot of choices to go and dine or to shop for grocery, those various things, because when this community seems as if there's a stalled mobility or there's a decreased mobility because of the conditions brought on by Highway 147 coming through this neighborhood, you see that people start to feel like it's unsafe and it's hard to navigate. And so it's important to be able to embody what our neighbors, who are the experts of this area, and what needs to be done to solve these problems. It's important to embody what they experience every day so that there can be change made. We are noticing that, the construction, which I'm all for in terms of the bike lanes and the various things that are happening, they're happening in a way that it's still not equitable, because they're happening because people who are not Black or brown or historically a part of this neighborhood are moving to these areas. Bikers are riding through the American Tobacco Trail across Fayetteville Street and looking at the bus stops over there and things that have not been maintained or upgraded. It doesn't feel safe and it doesn't look safe. You have a lot of people who are out there sitting at those bus stations, and there's just so much I could say about that. But we noticed that improvements happen quickly because there are a lot of people who are moving into the neighborhood. It is being revitalized. It's also being gentrified. And so these systems are taking place, or they're being improved not because, oh, we want to do what the right thing for the residents in this neighborhood, but we want to do the right thing because that's how gentrification works. Change comes along with that the privilege that people moving into the community bring with them, and that's where we want to be able to address success and how we can bridge communications and connections around, like, what would that look like if we had the equity associated with the revitalization of this community.
Did you want to share from North Carolina Central's perspective, just what you see as a successful project in this?
Well, I would like to echo some of the points that were made. I think the biggest benefit to us is that as we see a successful project, one, it's becoming very difficult to make parking on campus. As I mentioned earlier, we have a number of construction projects, and it's that inevitable tension between we want to build here, but there's a parking lot. So as we plan new facilities, that question I get typically a lot when I'm on the planning facilities committee, and at the same time I get it from the students and the faculty as well. So for us, we're going to have to rely on other infrastructure, i.e. transit, bike lanes, additional sidewalks to allow for students not only just to navigate in and around our campus, but if they, as they live or rent, a lot of students, when they get to be juniors, they want to live off campus. And so we need to make sure our, not just our infrastructure, but one thing I did fail to mention, we also operate a transit circular on our campus. So now last year, we were averaging about 20 to 25 riders. That was during the pandemic. So far, we're up to about 400 riders a day because we've grown as a campus. So we're back to, we're not quite back to where we were in 2019 at a peak of 500 riders per day, but we're getting back there. So the point that I'm getting at is, as they circulate around a campus, they connect with Go Durham, or they connect with, where if they want to ride bikes on the campus, or and of course connect with the American Tobacco Trail and some of the other venues in and around the city. We want to make sure that they have choice, they have options, and that everything is not only integrated, but they have the ability to make a choice versus be able to not do, I guess, be forced to do it, I guess is really what I'm saying. But that's for us, this project connects to us from that angle, and that is making sure that people have choice. And I always emphasize too, emphasize our faculty and staff, but we do have a lot of faculty and staff who live in and around the university as well. So I reference students a lot, but I think about them having lived in the community as well, having that option as well to, as I was mentioned earlier, having a safe or a bus shelter or adequate lighting around the bus stop. Time is changing this weekend. So the last couple of years, we've seen this when the time changes, especially when it goes back an hour because it's dark at 5 o'clock. The increase in concerns about lights at the bus stop becomes an issue, especially on our campus, but I'm sure along Fayetteville Street as well. So that's something that we feel like should be a partnership, and we like to work. We're going to work together on making this project a success.
Thank you, and I appreciate all the different perspectives. I hope folks are seeing that success can mean different things to different people depending on your perspective, but I think a lot of them are aligned. They may have different reasons, but if you put them all together, it makes for a pretty compelling case, I think. We did get one question via the chat online, which is a pretty simple one, but I'll give this, I think, for Sean, which is just asking what the funding is for this project, both in terms of the planning and construction. They were wondering if it's, 50-50 local state or what it is.
So right now, we've secured funding for the planning and design, identification of improvements, and then engagement with the community. We've heard from the community that they're dissatisfied with the lack of things like crosswalks, with improvements at stop locations, things like the landing area, shelters, benches. So what our team is doing now is saying, and you'll see, I think on the handout for the tour today, these are some of the types of improvements that we've identified. What we want to hear from the community is, are we on the right track? Is this responsive? We think that we heard you, but maybe we didn't, or maybe we're missing a big piece, or maybe how we're approaching this is not the right way. So making sure that we have that engagement and that we're including community members who have been historically excluded from the process is really critical. As we move forward, if we are on the right track, I hope we are, but we're not going to move forward unless we hear from the community that we are on the right track. Then we are working with the Durham County Transit Plan. We have a half-cent sales tax here in Durham that is available for transit, both service and capital improvements. So we're in the process of updating the types of investments that we want to select for that revenue source for the next 20 years right now. There is a placeholder in that tentative plan for this project, but we also think that we need to be seeking other types of funding to really leverage and maximize the resources from the Durham County Transit Plan. So that's why for the Durham Station project that I mentioned earlier, we're applying for a federal grant this month. Earlier this year, we applied for a federal grant to help us with the Village Transit Center in East Durham. So we're very fortunate to have this local sales tax revenue available to us, but we know that that's not going to be enough to deliver all of the projects that our community needs. And so we're seeking other types of support, and we're really excited about the opportunities. And if Congress can ever pass this infrastructure bill, we think a lot of our projects, particularly with the strong equity focus that we're hearing from this administration, will be very good candidates for funding under the new infrastructure program. So we have local funds, but we're trying to leverage those funds and stretch them as far as we can by bringing in additional revenue sources.
Great, thank you for that. Are there any questions from those here in person in Durham? Yes, start with you. Thank you for the question. And just to repeat for those online very quickly, the question was really about how do you work with the community to address any gentrification or pressure that comes with major transportation projects like this one?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much for that question. I'll start out by saying one thing, one of the reasons that the equitable engagement blueprint is in place, one of the reasons why is because a few residents within the city of Durham, at a grassroots effort, engaged the community around getting something in place to take to city council to say, this project, this one particular project that's, you know, in the works now and was in the works at the time is going to displace people. We need for the city of Durham to establish a document, an equitable and community engagement document that's authentic and authentically goes out and talks to neighbors and community members who are going to be impacted and potentially displaced, so that they can make an informed decision to show up for certain public hearings or various things. Otherwise, this information is hidden in plain sight. The Equitable Engagement Blueprint that's now on, I believe it's the engagedurham.org website, highlights the fact that this engagement process is really important because we are trying to mitigate the instances of people being displaced. There's also a working policy group within the City of Durham's planning department to address these issues of infrastructure, affordable housing, education, all of the things that have been illuminated by the pandemic. I say illuminated because these things have been happening in marginalized communities for as long as they've existed. However, the pandemic has really highlighted how grave these inequities are. And when everybody, those who are not marginalized historically, experience the same thing, there's this development of the empathy and the compassion that needs to take place in order to solve these problems together as a community. So there's this equalization that's happening. And my hope is that through this initiative that the planning department is leading right now, we really do come up with solutions, not just use the language and the buzzwords and translate those words to our neighbors, but that there's really action behind the words that we use. I think that we're all used to hearing equity, inclusion, diversity, and all the things. And just because you can use those words, it doesn't mean that you are capable or actually doing anything with those words and how they're defined. So we're looking for that kind of change to take place.
Yeah, I'll just say, this is an issue that our community is confronting really broadly. This is an example of where we really need strong partnerships. This is not just a transportation issue. It involves affordable housing and community development. And so the city's undertaken a broad-based initiative called Forever Home Durham, foreverhomedurham.com. And it's looking at a whole array of different approaches to make sure that residents, particularly longtime Durham residents, continue to have access to affordable housing, livable and inclusive housing. It's a $160 million campaign that's funded through a bond referendum. So that really represents the bulk of our community's effort to ensure that as we make improvements in our community, that longtime residents still have affordable, livable, and inclusive housing opportunities here in Central Durham.
Thank you. It's a great question, and appreciate the responses. Are there other questions? Yes, in the back. So the question for those online was asking about the half-cent sales tax for public transportation in Durham County and when that was passed. I'll actually go ahead and answer that one. So that was the referendum occurred in 2011, so it's actually exactly 10 years old now. It was a successful referendum, and that, along with the referendum, there was the Durham County Transit Plan that sort of detailed how those funds would be spent over the next 15, 20 years. So it's for a half-cent sales tax, and it brings in, I believe, somewhere in the neighborhood of $30 to $35 million a year in Durham County. There's also was an increase in the vehicle registration fees. So every time your vehicle, if you own a vehicle, you can look on that line item, you'll see some money goes for transit. So that actually got increased a little bit. There was an existing fee and it got increased. And then there was an existing vehicle rental tax that also goes into that pot of funds. So it was successful in 2011. It actually wasn't enacted until 2013. Durham wanted to wait for one of the adjacent counties to join them. And so Orange County had a successful referendum in 2012. So the money started coming in 2013. And then Wake County in 2016 passed a similar referendum. And at the time, most of that money was being set aside for the light rail project, or being spent on the light rail project. And with the end of that project in 2019, there's an update happening right now to that Durham Transit Plan to decide how that money should now be spent, the money that was set aside for light rail. And so some of it is going to projects like this one on Fayetteville Street. And just speaking on my behalf, or on behalf of the Transit Equity Campaign, I think we would like to see even more being spent on projects that really benefit people quickly, that get infrastructure out that makes it safer and more inviting for people to use transit in Durham, and in particular focusing on low wealth communities of color and on transit riders. One of the unfortunate things is that it has been 10 years, and we have seen some improvements, like the 15-minute service that Sean mentioned, and some additional bus stops, but it hasn't been enough. And so we really need to see more progress quickly. Are there other questions? Yes. Sorry, can you repeat the last part? Oh, across what? Sorry. Okay. So the question was about asking what a student who's currently in engineering or planning or transportation in any form, just something that they, with the panelists, would like those students to know about how best to work within the transit system.
So I'll start out by saying that we're hiring. So send me your resume, sean.egan@durhamnc.gov. We're looking for talent. Like I said, we're trying to grow our delivery capacity. We have an incredible opportunity with the resources that we have available, the needs that we have in this community. I've been in this space for over a decade now. I've never seen the opportunity to really address, to really understand, get that equitable engagement, to get a strong understanding of what the community needs are, and then to have the resources to actually be able to advance and deliver the projects this is an extraordinary opportunity. And so I really want to encourage people to think about this and recognize how important this work is. And we have the opportunity to really transform the experience of our transit riders, to move transportation planning and design away from a focus on vehicles and to focus on people. We see 33, 34 passengers per hour on our buses. So that one vehicle is, serving 30 plus people at a time. We want to prioritize the space and the needs of those 30 people who are on that bus, and move away from the tradition in transportation planning and design of focus on vehicles, moving vehicles at high speed, high throughput, and really focus on the people who are riding. And so person throughput, what are the ways that we can maximize the person throughput, make the most efficient use of this space, and really serve the needs of some of the most vulnerable users in our community. So yeah, send me a resume.
I'll just offer just a quick answer too and pass the mic. I just recently completed my teaching artist certificate at North Carolina Central University as a conceptual teaching artist in urban planning and community development. So I really love your question. And what I would want an engineering student to know, which is, when we combine or integrate disciplines, one of those disciplines is engineering. And we talk about zoning and planning and how all those things work together. So I would want you to know that, especially when it comes to equitable community engagement, it's labor, and it's normally a labor of love that community members already do. But the way that we're doing this work, it is a full-on organization and a lot of work that people are beginning to see, okay, well, I can dedicate this amount of time to it. And the fact that we do have a capacity that Sean had mentioned earlier to do this, and it is specialized, is really important. What we don't have is the resources or the money that we need to make sure that everybody who's doing this work is continuously taken care of. The work that we've done so far has been made possible by a seed grant, which has been great, but it is a seed grant. And so it's important to be able to recognize what it takes for the people that you're seeing doing the community engagement, because there are a lot of barriers that we have to work through and turn around and help to resolve so that we can create effective feedback loops. So yeah, I want you to know that it's important to be able to develop that acknowledgement and recognition for the expertise that lived experience provides, but also how we can increase resources so that that work can continue at that specialized level.
I want to echo what Sean and Angel just said. I would also add to it, one piece of advice I was given when I was beginning my career. My geography professor actually told me this, and that is connect the dots to history. And that is, why was something built in the first place? So that you can, and so we talked about the Durham Freeway, and I never forget, in Greensboro, US 29 runs adjacent to the A&T campus. If you go up Gate City Boulevard, you literally have to turn into a neighborhood in order to get on to US 29. I believe it's Old Henry Boulevard. That was one of the projects he took us to back in the 90s to show, okay, when you build a highway and you literally you see trucks going through someone's neighborhood to get to a highway, and how do you correct it? So by that, he was showing us how to, understand what policies were in place, why it was built in the first place. So, and then of course, the challenge to us was, okay, you're a planner, you're a geographer, you're going to be a city manager, whatever you're going to be. Your job is going to, understand that so that you can create or provide a blueprint to look at how you can improve it. And that's sort of what we talked about today with Fayetteville Street. And that would be certainly as you start moving forward with your career, connect the dots by understanding why this was done in the first place. What's the history behind it? Ultimately, you don't want to repeat it, but that's certainly the goal of that. But the other side of that is how do you correct it and make it better, make it greater, make it conducive to the time that we live in now, where people live differently, we operate differently than we did in the 1960s and 70s when that was the trend.
Sure. And I think maybe just the final thing that I would add is I think the days of becoming an engineer and only doing engineering are gone. If you're becoming an engineer, you're also doing community engagement and planning, and you're thinking about all these aspects because they, as we have talked about all, this session, is that they all impact, what the engineering ultimately is, and vice versa. The engineering also greatly impacts, the community development and everything. So it really is, it's a profession and a field that has so many inputs. And so I think it's just important to make sure that when you're looking at something that you try to bring in as many viewpoints as you can.
Thanks. Oh, yeah, go ahead.
One more thing for the engineering student. What we've done just recently is we've started to attend the Better Bus Project tech meetings. And the reason why we've done that is so that we can understand the language and figure out how to translate that language to our neighbors so they understand what's happening with the construction that's going on. It can also give, again, authentic feedback based on the fact that some of these projects have well been in place way before they even know about them. So we get to be able to talk about what's happening, and also we're able to talk about how we can be at the forefront of some of these things in the future. So that language interpretation and translation is really important for us too.
Yeah, and it's one of the things that we've really tried to focus on is we love acronyms, for example. So we talk about ADT and VMT and CAD AVL. And when we think about, we say that we've excluded community members from the decision-making process. The language that we use excludes people. If we don't use language that's accessible, understandable when we're talking about what we're trying to do, even if you're talking to the right person, you're still excluding that person from really developing and understanding and participating in that decision-making process. So it's something that we come back to over and over again, but it's one of these subtle ways that people feel shut out of the process by the language that we use, getting hung up on technical jargon and acronyms and abbreviations. And we really need to be mindful that that is a path to excluding people, even if you're face-to-face with that person in conversation. If you're not presenting information in an accessible way, then you're not really including that person in the process.
Yeah, thank you for that. I have just a couple things to add as well. I think the first is to create relationships, and particularly with people or communities that you don't normally create relationships with. And a lot of times that can be maybe a little scary at first. And a lot of times those communities are not going to trust you at first, and nor should they. But if you stick at it, if you are there all the time and continuing to try to build those relationships, that can make a huge difference. Join an advocacy group. I'll put that out there. Either statewide groups such as BWNC, Bike Durham. We have a transit equity campaign. There's always a lot of advocacy going on, I'd say, probably in every city in North Carolina in particular, and statewide. And then my biggest thing is to use transit, right? If you want to understand transit, you have to use it. So, try it out. Use different systems. Different systems are different. Go Triangle is a very different system from Go Durham, which is very different from Duke Transit, for example. They have different missions. There are different people riding. They're riding for different reasons. And understanding, what works, what doesn't work. You can look at numbers all you want and look at maps all you want, but until you actually experience it with the people who are riding every day, it can be really hard to fully understand it, in my opinion. So that's all the time we have. I want to first give a round of applause to our panelists. Thank you very much. I also want to recognize the organizers of this event. I think they've put on a really fantastic summit, and particularly given the continued challenges of the pandemic, putting on a summit that is both in person and virtually, I know is very, very difficult. So I also want to give a huge round of applause to them as well. Thank you very much. All right, and with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Terry. We'll talk about everyone's favorite topic, lunch, and about the mobile tour, which starts at 1 p.m. I really hope many of you will join us for that. You'll get to see things in practice that people have been talking about up here. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. A couple of things on the housekeeping side for folks here in the room. So just out of curiosity, how many folks in this room are going to be joining us on the walking tour? On the tour? Okay, excellent. Great. Where is the location to meet? Is that the front door?
We're just going to go just right out the front here, on this side of the building. That's the front entrance. Just gather there a little bit before 1 o'clock.
Okay, lots of folks here. So you guys get first dibs on lunch. So you guys are ending on time. And so lunch, we have the drinks and sweets are here in the auditorium. And in the hallway, there's a series of boxed lunches for you. You can either choose to eat those in this room if you haven't had enough of this room already. It's great to eat here, but there's also seating outside in the courtyard. Follow the signs to the cafeteria. And then you can either eat in the cafeteria or there's picnic tables in the courtyard. Don't be shy with the food. We have plenty of drinks and food for you. So you have that available, and we'll leave when Eric gathers everybody around. And just want to thank you very much for being here today.
2. 1, 2. Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2.
and we're going to kick it off. And hopefully, you're going to see Elise Keefe from the UNC Injury Prevention Research Center for our introduction to the beginning of our 2 o'clock Vision Zero in North Carolina session.
Everyone, I'm having trouble turning my video on. Can you at least see my screen? Or hear me? Okay. All right, great. Yeah, it's telling me that I cannot turn my camera on. So, oh well, I guess I don't get to be on the big screen like I was told I was going to be. But thanks so much for having me here today, and thanks to BWNC for hosting this summit and all the work that you do. I hope everyone had a great lunch and has plans to enjoy this nice fall day and the weekend. Wish I could have been able to join you all in person, hopefully next year when my little one can be vaccinated. So as Terry said, my name is Elise Keefe. I'm at the UNC Injury Prevention Research Center, and I coordinate statewide technical assistance and leadership development efforts for NC Vision Zeros. I'm so excited to be here today and really excited that y'all are going to get to hear from several of the individuals who are leading Vision Zero efforts across the state. Reaching 0 deaths on our roadways is no simple task, and they're really doing some tremendous trailblazing work to get us there in North Carolina. So before I introduce the panel, I just wanted to give a brief overview of what Vision Zero is, the framework it comes from, and give some information and examples about what my team at UNC is doing to support Vision Zero communities in North Carolina. After that, we'll hear brief presentations from Vision Zero leaders from 8 North Carolina communities, and hopefully have some time to take questions at the end. Okay, so like I said, I just wanted to start with just kind of a brief overview of what Vision Zero and safe systems are. In case anyone's unfamiliar, just kind of needs a refresher. Vision Zero, quite simply, refers to the goal of reaching 0 deaths and 0 serious road injuries. And it originates in Sweden and then gained popularity in the US, particularly after New York City adopted it in 2014. So Vision Zero is founded in the ethical belief that everyone has a right to move safely through their community, and that that responsibility for safety really needs to be shared by system designers and policymakers. So kind of moving away from that traditional approach, which is putting the onus exclusively on road users themselves. All right, I'm going to attempt to put my camera on again. Let's see. Yeah, I'm sorry. It's giving me an error message that the host has stopped me from sharing my video. So, okay. Where was I? So, you know, I think Vision Zero is kind of one of those terms that gets thrown around in different ways and as a slogan or something. But in North Carolina, we're really trying to make sure that Vision Zero is grounded in what's called the safe system approach. And that really differs from the traditional road safety approach in what I see at least as 2 major ways. So first, Vision Zero recognizes, or safe systems recognizes that people make mistakes. So I have kind of a spiel on this I've given before, but I'm going to try one out that I just heard from a colleague, Allison Schwartz in Seattle, which is to use the analogy of baby-proofing a house. So, you know, we always want to set up babies and toddlers for success, right? So This means, actually acknowledging and planning for the behaviors we know they're going to exhibit. So we don't let them wander around an unblocked staircase. We plug in the light sockets. We block up the chemicals, right? So in the same way, we know that humans are fallible and distractible. So we really have to figure out a way to design our transportation system so that we're not even giving people the opportunity to make a mistake that's going to be fatal or life altering. So you can see on in this chart on the left some of these system level factors that are really upstream from what's often attributed to be, the quote cause of a crash. So the cause attributed is usually actually just the last thing that happens, right, in a chain of events or circumstances. And so that's always, going to be put on the road user and their behavior, right? So failure to yield, distraction, crossing outside of a crosswalk, etc. And so safe systems is really trying to move away from that. And so I think taking that into consideration, perhaps it's unsurprising that the second major departure from the traditional road safety approach is that a safe system approach is multidisciplinary. So road safety, like other prevention efforts, is really trying to change a system. It's a really complex problem. And so it's something that requires collaboration between diverse stakeholders. So engineers, which is kind of from the more traditional approach, but also planners and policymakers and public health professionals and the general community. So this is a list that my colleague Seth Lajeunesse came up with. I think it's really helpful for thinking about concrete strategies or practices that show what it actually looks like in practice to implement a safe system approach. I don't have time to go through them today, but I'm happy to share my slides if anyone wants to take a look. So right now there are 11 communities in North Carolina that are working towards Vision Zero, and you're going to get to hear from 8 of them today, as I understand it. The newest community, Davidson, they actually just passed their resolution just last week. And I think, in fact, about half of the communities shown on this map joined in this effort towards Vision Zero in about the last year or so. So I think there really seems to be some momentum for this right now. The uptake kind of initially started in about 2016. North Carolina declared the state a Vision Zero state. And since then, it's really been led from the local level. So this is something that's been going on for, about 5 years, with about half of the communities joining in the last year or so. So what does my team at UNC do? So first of all, our work is funded by, okay, now I can share my video. Hi, am I on the big screen? All right, so what do we do? So like I said, we're funded by the Governor's Highway Safety Program, and it's mostly a joint venture between the Injury Prevention Research Center and the Highway Safety Research Center at UNC, but we also partner with the North Carolina Institute of Public Health, the State Health Department, and the Vision Zero Network at the national level, among several other partners. And we're also modeling our approach after the Maternal and Child Health Workforce Development Center and Injury-Free NC. So we're really trying to bring very much a public health and interdisciplinary approach to road safety, which is somewhat new, and we're very proud. This seems to be somewhat of a unique approach that's happening in the US and is actually gaining some attention and interest across the country. And then a little more concretely, as far as the work we've done, we've developed several materials and resources for helping communities to plan and implement Vision Zero, particularly with a focus on this building up diverse coalitions and integrating the safe systems approach I was describing earlier. And then we also provide regular technical assistance to communities in the form of monthly sessions with pairs of communities. So we've got them all kind of paired up together. And then we have a quarterly all hands meetings with communities across the state. So a lot of cross sharing between the communities so that they can kind of learn from one another. And then for our part, we kind of try to pick up on and provide resources for, you know, whatever the kind of common needs and barriers are that we're seeing across communities. So one example of that is that we were hearing from a lot of communities there wasn't a lot of coordination happening between the local initiatives and some of the policies and practices that were happening at the state level. So most recently, we've convened a statewide task force to really try and address this and remove some of those barriers so that state partners are actually working in coordination and in a way that supports local Vision Zero groups. So we've just gotten that off the ground. And we also do a lot of evaluation work, tracking progress across the state for Vision Zero and kind of documenting our team's approach so that we can share that more widely. And then last, we hosted the first ever Vision Zero Leadership Institute in June of this year and invited communities to bring together multi-sector teams to have some focus time to really work through some planning and utilize systems thinking tools to strategize their efforts and increase their collaboration with the goal of, you know, creating that whole that is greater than the sum of its parts. So this is intended to be an annual team training retreat. So look out for a call for applications in about February or March for the 2022 Leadership Institute in June. And if I've got time, I just wanted to share a couple of resources. So this is one that we've created, which is a guide for developing a Vision Zero plan. So again, in this, we really tried to move away from the 3 E's, 5 E's, however many E's approach and really move towards that safe systems approach. Another kind of handy resource is this milestones checklist. And so it just gives some kind of helpful benchmarks across 4 phases of implementation that are relevant for Vision Zero. And I can provide all of these in the chat, share these resources. This was last year's call for applications. And so you can see a screenshot of our roadmap. And so these are kind of some of the themes that we hit on. And then this resource, especially wanted to highlight today, simply because it's one of the few that we have that is not really necessarily targeted at like the coalition level. So this was something we adapted for the Institute to help people kind of think through how they might actually pitch Vision Zero or really any kind of policy to different types of stakeholders or possible Vision Zero champions. So if anyone out there is trying to build support for Vision Zero in your community, you know, this could be a helpful resource for kind of thinking through the best way to approach someone about that in your community. And finally, I just wanted to leave you with some possible options for you all to engage with Vision Zero in North Carolina. So first, I mentioned that, you know, I really see some growing momentum in the state. So whether it exists in your community or not, I think that leaders really need to hear from the community that this is important, and they need to hear it from a broad range of their constituents. So I definitely encourage you to engage with local leaders. And second, I'd like to invite any of you, if you're interested, to attend our quarterly Vision Zero meetings. So those are open. We've got Vision Zero partners and stakeholders across the state. So please let me know if you're interested, and I'll be happy to send you an invite, put you on our listserv, whatever. So stay in touch. We don't have any official like threshold that communities need to meet to engage with our team. So just please let us know if we can be of any assistance. So with that, I will conclude. And I will introduce our first panelist, Ellen Walston. And Ellen coordinates Vision Zero efforts in Greenville, North Carolina. So I will hand it over to you, Ellen.
And can you hear me? Now we got it. Everybody hear me? No, it's coming and going. How about the back row? Stephen, can you hear me? Barely. Okay, what's happening? Give us a second. Test, test. Is that better, Stephen? Better for the back? No. Test, test. How about that? Better? All right, great. Awesome. Good afternoon. I'm Ellen Walston, and I am from Vidant Medical Center in Greenville, North Carolina, not to be confused with Greenville, South Carolina. And I am going to take you through a virtual tour of our Vision Zero efforts in Greenville. And you'll notice my title, We're Number One But Don't Want to Be. That's not a good hashtag. So we will definitely share with you why we had that ranking and how we have improved. So our Vision Zero efforts began in 2018 with the implementation of our Greenville Traffic Safety Task Force, which is a multi-member team. It's some of our traffic engineers, DOT, law enforcement partners. We have a wide variety, hospital partners, myself and my manager from our injury prevention program. So very diverse group, and we get the job done when it comes to having tasks around our city and even expanding beyond into Pitt County. So Chief Mark Holtzman, he is our police chief, was tired of being number one in the state for many years for crashes among cities of like size. So that would be like Wilmington or Asheville, because Greenville has around 92,000, and then Pitt County certainly has many more residents than that, closer to 200,000. So it was a huge challenge as we have so many visitors to our city every day. I was talking with a colleague just a little while ago. It's so hard in Greenville because someone's coming from a Hosky to come to our medical center, or we have 28,000 ECU students, or we have someone visiting, and we are constantly needing to educate those drivers, and people are afraid to drive in Greenville. And when they come from our smaller rural communities, they really are anxious about coming to Greenville, and they say, oh, y'all got the crazy drivers. So we really do have that challenge. So I am going to tell you a story through pictures by sharing some of our environmental modifications. So here we go. So first of all, I want to give a huge shout out to Aaron Hines. He is our city photographer, for his amazing pictures. And he has a Flickr account of 245 pictures of our traffic safety improvements. And it all begins with a tape measure, as you see in this photo. And precision. This picture is Rick DeSazier. He is our lead traffic engineer. He is a hands-on guy. He drives a Harley. He's not afraid to get down on his knees. You see him with his knee pads, and his foresight and vision for safety have really driven our environmental modifications, as he loves to spend time in the field. This picture is our delineator systems, which are access management tools. I'm not an engineer, I'm a social worker, but I've learned a lot about engineering in my career in injury prevention, and these prevent dangerous left turns and early lane entry. We have a lot of that in Greenville. Folks are in a hurry, they want to cruise down what we call the suicide lane and get in way too early. We also recognized that we had a fatality actually at an unsafe left turn situation when we've had a new neighborhood Walmart that was built. So we recognized the need to have a safe system. So our Traffic Safety Task Force identified 10 areas in our city with high crash volumes, including a fatality, as I mentioned, at that neighborhood Walmart location. And we recognized that we needed to add these delineators to prevent future crashes. And thankfully, the crash rates have declined dramatically at each of these sites. Here's Rick again, hat, vest, knee pads, and all, doing a fabulous job with precision for this new delineator. Precision is the key to success. You see them lining them up perfectly. Here's an aerial view for a location that had many instances of crashes, again, due to those unsafe left turns and early lane entry. This is Charles Boulevard in Greenville, which one end is towards campus and the ECU football stadium. The other one is heading towards Vanceboro and the beach. And we were having a lot of trouble with folks wanting to, at 5 o'clock, this really backs up and folks were wanting to cruise down that lane way too early. This is the same location from a higher aerial view, and they really work. So in 2019, our red light camera program was introduced at our top 5 crash intersections in our city. Despite 2 pending lawsuits, the program has experienced a 27% reduction in crashes within 150 feet of the intersection, a 22% reduction in rear end collisions, a 23% reduction in the number of red light citations written, and a 4% recidivism rate of offenders with repeat red light tickets. And the intersections were also chosen based on equity. So they're main thoroughfares. These are not in underserved communities or any consideration for that. There are many of our main thoroughfares, Arlington, Greenville Boulevard, Memorial Drive, where there are all types of road users. One of our camera systems on a pretty blue day, and warning ahead, just letting our drivers know that there's a red light camera ahead. So many of our environmental modifications have been made on the campus of East Carolina University, as we have many student pedestrians. We have a great partnership with the ECU police chief, and he knows how to find money. And he has told us several times that our task force meetings are his favorite meeting, as we always accomplish so much at each meeting. And at those meetings, we have a template that we use that it will identify what our current project is, the timeline for completion, who is responsible, and that report goes to our city manager on a quarterly basis. So she reviews it with our city council, and there's total accountability. You can't say, Rick, why didn't this happen on this particular day? Because he knows that his name is on a particular project or others that are participating. And we have added numerous high visibility crosswalks and 6 of your rapid flashing beacon systems. When I look at this picture, sometimes I just feel like I'm in another city, because Greenville has just exploded with this beautiful student housing, but it's Greenville. So the biggest challenge, like I mentioned earlier, is education of our drivers, our pedestrians, and particularly our students. We have the hardest time just getting them to push the button to cross. And we have used Pirate Pathway signage with purple and gold to remind them. It's very well marked, but I go through that intersection back on, actually it's one I'll show you in just a moment, on Charles, and I watch the students, and some press, some don't. So here's an aerial view. This is the intersection that I'm talking about, crosswalk actually, of one of our Cadillac, we call it the Cadillac improvement, by the ECU football stadium. We also utilize mounted speed boards that were funded by ECU. Our chief said, we can pay for those, the ECU police chief, along this DOT road to encourage drivers to slow down for pirates. Another view of the same crosswalk that details the 2 flexi posts, if you look real closely, right prior to the paddle boards, Rick had the idea of adding those 2 flexi posts to prevent drivers from changing lanes when approaching the RFB, because you would see them just like dart back and forth if there was a car stopping for the pedestrian. So he added those flexi posts, and that's been a great addition. Another signature project that focuses on precision down to the details for ADA compliance. And I know that's something near and dear to Stephen's heart, our Farmville friend. And this is an aerial view of a modular median system that was installed at a high pedestrian volume and underserved area. Many of our citizens walk from nearby apartments to these stores and need to safely cross a very busy road. This is 10th Street, which turns into Highway 33 going towards Grimesland, almost at the intersection of Greenville Boulevard and Highway 33 or 10th Street. And here are some members of our Traffic Safety Task Force. Our chief's common sense and community partner approach has contributed to significant improvements throughout the city of Greenville. We are now number 7, not number 1. We're getting there in the state and hope to continue to decline in the rankings. And I would love to connect with you about the inner workings of our task force and keys to success. So please feel free to reach out. You have my email and contact information. And also, we participated in the Vision Zero Institute in June and July, and we are looking for other opportunities to expand our Vision Zero efforts throughout our county, because we have many rural municipalities, and Stephen is on our Vision Zero team, so we're always looking for opportunities to expand outside of just Greenville as well. So thank you for this opportunity to share with you, and please don't hesitate to reach out.
There's going to be some questions for you at the end, so.
All right, good afternoon. Oh, okay, yeah, that does work pretty well. My name is Will Washam. I'm with the Charlotte Department of Transportation, and I'm here today on behalf of Angela Berry, our traffic safety manager, who spearheads our Vision Zero efforts in the city of Charlotte. Although it is fitting that someone else is coming to speak on behalf of Vision Zero, because it really is a collaborative effort, as I'm sure we'll hear from all of our panelists today. It's not just one person driving the program. If it's going to be successful, you need multiple stakeholders in the community to come together. So on the screen right now, these are all of the individual traffic crashes on the City of Charlotte streets between 2015 and 2019. We began working on our Vision Zero pledge in 2018, so one of the first things the traffic safety team did was try and visualize where we're having traffic crashes on our streets. We distill that down a little bit more, and now what you're seeing are all traffic crashes within that same time period where someone was killed or seriously injured. In Charlotte, we call those KSI crashes. And so in order to understand what we in the city of Charlotte needed to do to reach Vision Zero by 2030, our traffic safety team put together what we call the High Injury Network, and you see that on the screen behind me. So these are corridors highlighted where KSI crashes are prevalent. They're ranked in a few different tiers. And this actually represents 9% of the streets in the city of Charlotte, which is still, it's a significant amount of mileage in the street. But when you think about 9%, that really is manageable. So that was kind of a big boost of confidence to folks as we began this effort that, hey, if we can focus on 9% of the streets, then we've got a real good shot of making it to Vision Zero. 64% of these are on thoroughfares, 15% are on collectors, and 21% of the high injury network are on local streets. So to develop our Vision Zero action plan, the high injury network was the first step. The second step was to solicit public input. We had a public input map that allowed folks to add comments to an online inventory for traffic safety issues in their neighborhoods. We also had extensive in-person public engagement. that included over 25 community events, over 1,000 conversations about traffic safety, and then we got 1,600 comments through those public meetings on the online map. To develop this action plan, we relied on a collaborative approach that focused on equity and engagement to complement the in-depth data analysis for fatal and serious injury crashes. That development process took just over 7 months, and in January of 2019, the Vision Zero Action Plan for Charlotte was adopted. The steering committee for the Vision Zero Action Plan represents a wide range of organizations, law enforcement, transit agencies, Charlotte-Mecklenburg school systems, the North Carolina Department of Transportation, our local hospital systems, and many more. So we use the high injury network to identify locations for traffic safety improvements on our streets. Once those improvements are identified, they may be funded by any number of capital improvement programs. And in 2021, we installed 22 improved pedestrian crossings on our high injury network streets. We've also used the high injury network to identify corridors where enforcement can be focused to help advance the goals of Vision Zero. This allows the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police Department to focus their traffic safety patrols in areas where they will have the highest impact on reducing speeding and dangerous driving behaviors. Oftentimes, enforcement alone is not enough to discourage speeding and dangerous driving behaviors, so we use engineering solutions to help reduce speeding. That includes reducing the number of motor vehicle traffic lanes on high injury corridors. This is 6th Street in Uptown Charlotte that was on our original high injury network, and we reduced the number of travel lanes for motor vehicles from 3 to 2 and added multimodal accommodations in the form of a two-way cycle track. The high injury network has also been used to identify priority locations for streetlights and street lighting upgrades to LEDs. We currently have 51 street segments along the high injury network that are being programmed for street lighting upgrades. 25 schools have been identified in the Vision Zero Action Plan that front streets along the high injury network. And in 2021, CDOT completed a Safe Routes to School plan that looked at 5 schools and recommended safety improvements to be implemented by our Capital Improvements Program. In Charlotte, we do have many challenging streetscapes, including streets that have very long distances to cross and also long distances in between safe pedestrian crossings. Vision Zero is providing a renewed focus for identifying and engineering solutions to improve these corridors, and 5 of these corridors are currently undergoing corridor studies to provide guidance for future pedestrian safety improvements. One safety improvement that we've made a lot of progress on through our Vision Zero initiatives are leading pedestrian intervals. In 2021, we've installed 31 new leading pedestrian intervals at signalized intersections that allow road users to see pedestrians and pedestrians to begin crossing and be more visible along our high injury network. In our quest for Vision Zero by 2030, CDOT is encouraging new design philosophies and construction techniques. This includes pilot projects and quick implementation designs for intersection safety, such as slow turn wedges to slow turning motor vehicle traffic. Using the high injury network data, Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police has conducted 50 traffic safety enforcement events in 2021, and these enforcement events have targeted unsafe driving conditions on corridors with a history of bicycle and pedestrian crashes. In 2021, CDOT has begun using a new software application that houses our geolocated crash data. We share this with Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police Department so they can use this tool to analyze crash trends in their respective divisions across the city. As I mentioned earlier, one of the most important pieces of the high injury network is our ability to use it in capital spending prioritization. This helps ensure we're delivering capital projects that directly improve safety conditions on our streets. Vision Zero has galvanized a myriad of partners in Charlotte around a community-wide goal of reducing traffic fatalities to 0 by 2030. CDOT will continue to be a leader in our community for this goal, and we're excited to be a part of the growing number of Vision Zero communities in North Carolina. Thank you very much.
The most challenging session of the day. 9 presenters, some in the room, some at home. So next up, we've got Andrew Barksdale, who's going to be sitting in for Grady Hunt, talking about the Robeson County Vision Zero. Andrew, can you do a mic check and maybe see if you're able to share your screen? Okay, we should have the screen coming on. Got the screen at home. There we go. We're going to wait for your camera and your audio.
Okay, can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, I was not able to unmute myself. You had the master mute off or whatever. So you can hear me now, you can see my screen, right? I am Andrew Barksdale. I'm coming here live from Raleigh. I'm with the communications office of NCDOT, and it's a pleasure for me to be here. And I'm filling in for Grady. Grady, you can see his name and title. He's a county attorney and had a specially called meeting this afternoon and regrets he couldn't be here. So I'm gonna go through this. We're actually a little bit different than some of the larger city Vision Zeros. Real quickly, Robeson County, you can see the demographics there. You know, there's some economic challenges in this county. We're losing population. It's, I think for instance, it's about 40% Native American. It's very multi-racial. We do have some college students there, not as big as ECU, but there's some college there that, adds some challenges that we have. Ellen for Greenville mentioned that she's #1 and Robeson County is #1, but among the county rankings. So among county rankings, Robeson is dead last and has been for years by the North Carolina Division of Mobility and Safety, where there's a whole bunch of categories. Most of you are probably familiar with these stats on our DOT website. So it's a very large county geographically. I-95 goes right through the middle of the county, but that's not the reason that people are dying. The crashes are affecting, the fatal crashes are all over the county, rural roads, secondary roads, night, day, they affect all age groups, and we'll get more into that in a minute. Oops. Here we go. You're probably seeing some of, you can see the statewide there. One of the biggest problems with Robeson County is people do not buckle up, and it's killing them. It's a cultural issue. It's something, and that's one of the things that Robeson County Vision Zero has been really focused on is education. DOT and the Governor's Highway Safety Program is doing what they always do with improving with engineering solutions and safety grants. And that was ongoing even before Robeson County Vision Zero started, but we're really focused on education and we're trying a lot of different things, which I'll go through here. Again, This is not a citywide Vision Zero. You can see we have a lot of stakeholders. They're bringing fresh ideas to our task force. You know, not every one of these people attend every single meeting. We have 5 meetings a year. They've been virtual for a while, but we've had the DA and the sheriff be at our meetings. They're taking our messages back to their folks. We've printed a whole bunch of rat cards that the sheriff gave to all the school resource officers and give to students. We have different law enforcement at our meetings. We have county government at our meetings, and we're getting input and ideas from them as well. You can see some of the stuff that we've done. That, by the way, that's a picture of Grady Hunt. He's on our board of transportation. A PSA video, which we've given to some of the TV stations, and which are in South Carolina that cover Robinson. We've done rat cards with some you see on the screen. We have a landing page. You see we have a website, which we put all our videos, all our virtual meetings. We put all those on there. We have a lot of different, we have some short 20-second, 10-second safety videos that our office has produced. And that's really what's interesting is, instead of this being created by a city, this was kind of a pilot between NCDOT and Grady Hunt, who coalesced a bunch of people together from all across the county. And what NCDOT is doing is we're just really providing technical assistance. We're helping with the meetings and doing the press releases and helping create some materials for them, as well as the normal engineering stuff that you guys have been talking about. But it's really an all volunteer effort. But let me just keep going through my slides. Some more examples. We don't rob Robeson County. Our office and GHSP came up with this advertisement that we put on the transit buses. Now, that's a picture of the transit bus, but that picture doesn't have the advertising wrap on it. But we did this actually right before COVID. We did this in January of 2020, so people could be reminded to buckle up. And again, that's another campaign idea. We use a Governor's Highway Safety Program grant for that. They give a lot of grants out, as this audience knows, for all sorts of things. And to my knowledge, I don't know they ever even used a grant like this before, but it was eligible. And we did an always stop video that we promote on a lot of our social media channels for DOT for the Robeson County area. Here's one that we did. This was a GIF or a GIF for Twitter. Again, NCDOT has a lot of different media channels, social media channels that target different parts of the state. There's another example. We actually did some really cool videos too. The problem with Robeson, though, is it's economically challenged. And if you look at the census data, they kind of are below the statewide average for broadband access and for college degrees and things. So trying to reach them on social media has been more challenging than we thought. So, we've been trying a lot of different things. With Governor's Highway Safety Program, we did some commercials, some paid advertising, and some billboards, which again, DOT does not really get into that, but Governor's Highway Safety Program makes that available. So it's been a real pilot where our department has been wanting to work with this countywide area to try different things. Let me tell you something else we did. So again, now this came out of the task force, the Robeson County Vision Zero Task Force. The people on this task force who know that community, they said, look, many years ago, there was a seatbelt diversion class. And basically the DA ran it out of his own pocket through his own office. And he had to, cut it out for funds because of the staffing, volume for it. But basically, they said we should really have this again. And again, the Governor's Highway Safety Program created a grant, and the health system, the hospital in Lumberton runs it. And what happens is, if you get a seatbelt ticket and it's your first one, you're able to go and take this free 2-hour class. And then then the DA, who's a part of our task force, has agreed to drop the fine and the ticket. Now you can only do this one time. You can't keep doing this, but the idea is law enforcement, especially the State Highway Patrol and Lumberton PD, they kind of started writing more seatbelt tickets in conjunction. So people would get the ticket and then realize, oh, well, they also were given, this is an example of this, we produced sort of like a little flyer rat card. This is part of it. And the law enforcement, this was really last year, was giving them this card. So it was an education tool, and they take this class, and nobody likes taking a class, but then you get out of your seatbelt ticket and you learn your lesson. It's like, well, I need to start buckling up, especially if they take the class and see how dangerous. And I know I'm preaching to the choir. You all know this. This audience knows all that. But seatbelt is a huge problem in this county, seatbelt usage. We're trying something else. We have, this woman here is a pastor in Durham, and she has lots of experience in community outreach, or I guess she's an associate pastor. And just this summer, we started holding some outreach meetings virtually at first. And she's going into the community, going to some of the churches, meeting with the clergy, meeting with the pastors. We're trying to get a lot of the pastors, to some degree, a lot of the pastors in Robeson County, they have full-time jobs, and then they prepare for their sermons, and they have small churches, so kind of country churches. And we're trying to help them understand the importance of our safety message about, in addition to love your neighbor, it's also, you need to look out for your neighbor, make sure they're buckling up. It's kind of a stretch. A lot of pastors don't think about highway safety when they're talking about the gospel, but we're trying different things. It's really education outreach with what we're doing, because the engineering things that we're still doing that. We're adding always stops where they're warranted and needed. And we did a huge street, DOT did a big, I guess, a $2 million project on a major thoroughfare on the campus of UNC Pembroke, where they went on the road went on a road diet. We added roundabouts. We added a kind of a grassy median, like a pedestrian refuge island, all the kind of stuff you guys are doing. So we're all doing the engineering stuff where we can, but this committee or task force is really doing a lot more education stuff and trying to try new things to change the driving culture, to change habits. And again, there's other ideas we've been thinking of that we haven't tried yet. The good news is, you can see, by the way, Robeson County, I don't know, you can see the population of the county, 115,000 people, but 53 people died in traffic fatality. You can see we went way down in 2019, but then we went back up again. And I think a lot of places around the state and the country went back up. You all probably know the reasons why. There were less cars on the highways in 2020, so people drove faster, and they got more dangerous, and fewer crashes, but more fatal crashes. It was kind of a nationwide phenomenon last year. So this is an ambitious goal. We are not where we want to be. We're just trying a lot of new things. There are some challenges to reach people in this county, and we are just excited to try different things and really focus on education. And our department and the Governor's Highway Safety Program has taken the position, if something works, we can take this to another community. We might find another transportation board member or another county that might want to start their own task force that's countywide and kind of do some of the same things. I don't know that we've quite done that yet, but again, that's kind of what our goal is. We could, repeat what works elsewhere. So that's why our department at DOT is taking an interest in trying to help them, mostly really with technical expertise and helping them with social media ads and things. But we want to, do all that we can. And I think that's my last slide. Yep, that's my last slide. Let me stop sharing. If I can. Oh, there we go. So that's my slides. And that concludes my presentation. And I think there'll be questions at the end, I assume. So I think Lydia McIntyre from Greensboro will follow me.
Hello, everyone. Can you see me and can you hear me? Yeah, check the chat. Okay, good. My name is Lydia McIntyre, and I am from the city of Greensboro, the Greensboro Department of Transportation. And I actually serve to staff to the Metropolitan Planning Organization. So you may seem, it may be a little different that the MPO is helping lead this effort, but I'll share a little bit about why that is. And just to talk about why we started the Vision Zero or start to participate in Vision Zero, back in 2017, we had our highest fatalities at 43 fatalities. And at that time, our director was saying, we need to do something about this. And he gave the staff a directive to start Vision Zero. So that started our journey. Unfortunately, I will report today, just as Andrew mentioned, many people are seeing kind of the rebound on it. Last year, we had 34 fatalities, and this year we're at 41 already. So we're almost close to where we were in the 2017 standpoint. We did work with the development of our action plan. We did work with VHB, so they were our consultant that we used. So we did invest at the very beginning with the consultant, and we engaged over 50 stakeholders. So it was a combination of working with the consultants as well as Juwan Job, who helps me with this program with analysis and other things and outreach. But we were able to engage, and they actually helped us to develop our action plan. And here is just the goal that was developed with those 50 stakeholders engaged during that time. And I'm not gonna read the goal to you, but I did point out some things with transportation safety being a top priority. Sometimes when we get behind the wheel of a car, we take it for granted because we do it so much. And someone mentioned earlier, I think from Charlotte mentioned collaboration. So that's a key, as well as engagement. And you can see that our goal is by 2040 to move towards zero fatalities or zero fatal and serious injury crashes. These are our objectives. These objectives: preventing crashes resulting in fatalities and serious injuries, of course, and promoting a safe systems approach. And I'll touch on that a little more, because I think it may be true for each city, as we learn more about Vision Zero, we start to get the light bulb, at least for me, the light bulb is starting to go off. And then engaging partners and the public to foster a culture of safety. And I'll talk to you all today about what we've done thus far, and I'll talk about it from the perspective of the way our action plan was developed. And our action plan was developed with the 4 E's. And so I'll talk about each of those and what things we've done under those 3 of those 4 E's. And I'll start out with the encouragement and education. And with that, just an overview, I'll talk a little bit about collaboration, Vision Zero Leadership Institute, which Ellen mentioned, and a few other cities, we all participated together. And then our outreach that we did in 2020, that we had started, unfortunately, right before the pandemic hit, What's Your Safe? So this is just a picture, a quick snapshot of some of the things we've done. The most recent pictures you'll see there with the students or the parents are from our Safe Routes to School, as well as our bicycle pedestrian planner, Chandler Hagan. So we did receive that grant, which is a 3-year grant to fund the program. Of course, there's no infrastructure involved, but it's just really education and outreach. So we have worked with 4 schools to do the Safe Routes to School, or Walk to School days. And we actually had our, for this fall, we had our last one this morning. It was a little cold, but we had really good participation, and the students were really excited about it. So these were pictures from the other schools that we participated with, as well as we, of course, have been collaborating with police. And the most recent collaboration was on marketing outreach, which was through TV, as well as through radio. We've seen an increase in our motorcycle crashes. And with that, it continued to increase, particularly in 2020. And police reached out to us and said, how can we work together on this? And the officer you see in the slide, he actually was involved in a near fatal crash. And he was actually on his way back from what their training program called Bike Safe, where they actually trained motorcyclists how to respond in a crash. So we did an ad with him where we were able to get it on the radio as well as TV for him to promote. It's important to know how to respond to every situation. And then the very bottom, which this is the reality that we see. And I think as each person work with Vision Zero, seeing the reality of death so often. I mean, I am an engineer, and so I've always worked with safety data, but it was never personal. So now it's become personal. We know names, we know ages, we see the family that's left behind. And in that bottom image was a picture where we were able to work with one of our advocacy groups, and that same group actually participates on our stakeholder committee and helped us develop the action plan. But Bicycle in Greensboro, BIG, the lady that was killed, her niece reached out to BIG and say, hey, I want to promote traffic safety and I don't want the loss of my aunt to go in vain. And so they worked together, and BIG actually created this ghost bike. And we had an opportunity to speak to the family as well as the community about traffic safety on behalf of her life, and to help memorialize her life. And just to talk about a little bit with the education, so it was perfect because I will say, you know, as I mentioned earlier, we serve as staff to the MPO. So the MPO has to do a lot of federal documents that are required. And we had a major one due last year. So we were able to get our stakeholders back together and say, hey, we know we have the action plan. We know we need to take steps, but we have a major document that all staff has to focus on. And we were able to do that right before the pandemic. So when we had the opportunity to participate this year in the Vision Zero Leadership Institute, it was great. It kind of allowed us to get some of our key people. It was a small group, but we could get some of our key people back together to re-engage us. And like that included our police, and we even have a city council person, which is perfect because she can be our voice as well as our liaison to council. She's a big advocate for safety, not just all safety, including rail safety. So she's a big advocate. So we were able to pull them together, our engineering division, to pull them in so we could refocus a little bit. And that gave us the opportunity to even get some new tools. So we thank Elise and the staff at UNC Chapel Hill and the Safety Highway Research Center for their expertise and for their sharing through the Vision Zero grant. And then under education, the last thing under education encouragement, we did a What's Your Safe campaign. So it's just that, what's your safe? What does your safe look like? So these are pictures that we did at the Children's Museum. They have a, I think it's called Volvo Day, but basically Volvo co-sponsors a day where it's all about transportation and safety. And we go with one of our other partners, Crummy Roberts, which is a law firm that has an office here in Greensboro. And on that day, we were basically able to talk to families and kind of promote Vision Zero and the need to be safe. And we found it kind of critical when we think about changing culture, starting with the young people. So we developed outreach materials, and then we deployed various methods. And this was just one form that we did. And the little guy on the bottom is interesting. You might think he may say slow down or the seat belt, but he says stay on the road. So this is what the children were saying, and what their safe is. And then one other thing that we did under What's Your Safe is, and it was unfortunate, but we were fortunate enough to have a marketing intern with us. And that marketing intern created this material for us. He created all our communication outreach along with our communication person in the city, but he did a brunt of the work. And we actually were able to partner with our local mall, the Four Seasons Mall. They gave us a free space, and we put this information out. And this was for 2019. So in 2019, we had 33 fatalities. And then another way to reach out and to promote Vision Zero and turn to the city was, we asked city employees, would you donate? We told them what we were doing. We were like, will you donate jeans? So these were donated jeans, and those represented each life that was lost. And it's hard to see, but we stamped on there the date that the fatality occurred. And this was displayed in the mall. Unfortunately, it was right before the pandemic, so we didn't get to keep it there. And then someone else wanted to rent the space. I was like, I can't believe it. Someone wants to rent our space, but we did have a little time where it was up, where it was promoted, and we were able to get it out in a different way. Also, we did a coloring and essay contest, and this was an opportunity for maybe one of our stakeholders early on when we talked about collaboration engagement. And I was in another session where they talked about, it was about education and bike safety at the schools. And one of the speakers really talked about, Jackie, I think it was, she really talked about how you can engage your businesses. And we were able to do that for our coloring contest. So these are our winners. Some of our winners, not everyone was present. So we were able to do this last year. You see everybody has their mask on. So that's our council person, as well as our new director, Hannah Cockburn, who was with the DOT previously. And then Mr. Clark from State Farms, he was our sponsor, and we were able to give out at the elementary, middle school, and high school up to $100, $25, $50, and $100. And then our police officer who's been engaged, Dion, who's been very much was engaged with Vision Zero and helping us. And this is just, I had to show the pictures because I just love the creativity that the students came up with. And even one talked about look both ways, and he actually showed the head both ways. So I just think it's essential when we think about culture change to start with our young ones. Now on to the engineering, which was our second E. You've heard about the high injury network. We did do some project development and some crash data and time analysis. And with the high injury network, it's a little bit, the gentleman from Charlotte explained it, the methodology that we use, but pretty much with our high injury network, it's really reflective of our fatals and our serious injury. And I will say when we first developed it, it was all over the place. So we kind of had to refine our process, which Yuan worked really hard on to do that. And we used kind of like the severity score or severity methodology that NCDOT uses, but we modified it some. And then we overlaid it with our fatals. And we were able to kind of come up with our high injury network, which we've used in various ways. And we also, in addition to just the highway injury network, we also created a biped injury network that we also use for project planning and development. This kind of highlights some of the ways that we've been able to use our high injury network. We had funding to put in pedestrian signals, and we used that was just one factor that went into, hey, what's the priority? We have several areas or intersections, but how can we prioritize where the greatest need is? So we were able to use our high injury network for this, as well as identifying where sidewalk gaps are, where we need to say prioritize. We have many needs, and the city has a big goal to have so many miles of sidewalk built. So where's the priority? We used the high injury network for that, as well as some of you all may be familiar with NCDOT's process prioritization, where you can get federal state funding for your projects. And we actually selected for the first time from our high injury network, Gate City Boulevard. We'll see how it's scored, but hopefully the next round, maybe we'll submit it or get funding from other sources. But Gate City Boulevard was the ideal location. It does have sidewalk, but it does have a lot of driveways. It's a five-lane section with a center turn lane, a lot of pedestrians. There's residential in the back, commercial in the front, and it's a main throughput. So you have a lot of vehicle traffic coming into downtown or getting to 40. So it's an ideal candidate for us to look at doing some changes to or improvements. Other things we've done under engineering is the crash data and time analysis. This is something Yuan recently did for us, and we did it with the request of a police officer. So in the past, they've even asked us for our high injury network so they can look at intersections and look at maybe where they need to locate patrols or do special operations. And then recently earlier this year, we had an officer reach out and they asked us about, could we provide them with time of day analysis? So Yuan was able to work with them and provide time of day so they can really look at what time of day should we be looking at where offenses may be occurring, so we can focus our resources there. And under enforcement, I will say, as you know, with the current environment that we've been in, and particularly last year, even before that, the city of Greensboro was very aware and very aware and thinking about equity and looking at it through an equity lens. So other things that we've looked at, and we're not going back to it, so it's just us looking at it, is the red light camera. And as you know, we used to have the red light camera. And then also we've talked about speed enforcement, but we just talked about it and done a couple things. And with the red light camera, just as I was starting, actually, the program ended because there was a lawsuit and it ended for Greensboro. So we still have the legislative authority to reinstitute it. Of course, we'd have to go back to council, and there are a lot of mixed feelings about the red light camera. It's interesting when you talk with people, when we would do our outreach, the young people would be like, yeah, it makes sense. If you run a red light, you should get caught, whereas the adults were not as open to it. But when we did a survey, we surveyed, I think, maybe over 100 people, and 60% were for the red light camera. And then recently, our director, I think working with the Metro mayors, also submitted 2 bills. One bill was where it would take our general speed limits for the city limit, which is right now 35 miles per hour, and move it to 25, as well as look at just the red light cameras just in school zones. Unfortunately, those 2 bills, which I think Durham submitted 1 too, didn't go anywhere, but these are things that we're looking at and that our council is aware. And just looking ahead, I'm close to the end. We are preparing to do an update. So we're not updating our whole plan, the action plan, but every 2 years, we're supposed to take a look, and we're tracking metrics, certain metrics that we emphasize or identified in the plan. So we'll look at those to see where we are, as well as probably with this update, take a more safe systems approach to identifying next steps and strategies that we may need to do. We're looking at resources. Resources, of course, funding is always needed, and it's competitive now. So that is one thing that we are closely promoting, so we can get funding to do more implementations. Because certainly our engineers are doing what I would consider spot improvements, but I feel like Vision Zero is more system level, right? So it's more than just engineering. It's going to be our planning department, police, public health. So how do we fully make it a safe systems approach is what we'll really be looking at too when we update our action plan. And collaboration with everyone, as we mentioned earlier, and reconvening our stakeholders group so they can help us in implementing the plan. And just on my last slide, if you need more information from us, always feel free to reach out to either Yuan or I. So there are our phone numbers as well as our email. And thank you for the opportunity to share today. And next up, we should have Leslie from Durham. I think he's in the room, so I'll stop sharing.
Next up, we've got Leslie Tracy from Durham. We're going to try to find her.
Yes.
I know I have to do something different here.
Okay. Hi, everyone. I'm Leslie Tracy. I am a traffic engineer here with the City of Durham Transportation Department. And I have to say, first of all, after going to conferences virtually for the last couple of years, it is very great to be here in person with all of y'all lovely people. And it's great to have you here in Durham. We're very proud of our city. And I hope that y'all have had a chance to really take a look around and see all the great things that Durham has to offer. Durham, its Vision Zero program was started in September 2017. And, since then, we've been working on several different programs and procedures as part of that. And we've been doing a lot of the same things that all the other cities are doing, the education, the enforcement, the engineering. But since this is the bike walk crowd, I am going to focus mainly on the things that we've been doing this year as part of equity, equitable infrastructure, and pedestrian safety. So this year, when the City Council adopted the budget earlier this year, they added a 2-cent tax increase to the property tax rate to fund several different initiatives, including green and equitable infrastructure. And this was one of the things that we saw as an opportunity in the Transportation Department to get some funding for some safety initiatives, especially in the realm of pedestrian safety, which is something that we've been focusing on very much over the last few years. Another thing that happened this spring was that we worked with the University of North Carolina, some graduate students there, on a community readiness assessment. And this basically, it determined, they did some interviews with stakeholders here in Durham to determine the readiness basically of Durham citizens to accept Vision Zero. And we found through that we do have a little bit of work to do as far as education and getting the word out to our citizens. But one of the things that was really came about through that report that people mentioned over and over again was that we need to focus on vulnerable users here in the city, which are people who are not in vehicles, basically. Pedestrians, bicyclists, people who are on scooters, people who are on skateboards, all of that. And we do really, really want to be a true multimodal city. And we believe that everyone has a right to the road, that everyone should be able to travel safely on the road in the mode in which they want to travel. Pedestrian safety has really been at the top of our priority list for the last couple of years. In 2019, we had 9 fatal pedestrian crashes, which for a city our size was really a lot. And it was sort of a wake-up call for us, in that we realized that we really needed to focus on this and bring those numbers down, because that is way too many people, pedestrians, to be killed on our roads. When talking about equity, though, there is this perception in the city where our historically minority neighborhoods, they have this perception that you bring in bike lanes, you bring in sidewalks and that kind of thing, and suddenly white people start moving in. Gentrification is a huge, huge issue here in Durham. Affordable housing is really a big issue. And so I don't know that there's anything that the city can necessarily do about this perception, but it's something that we need to be aware of and that we need to talk about whenever we do engagement in the city with the residents. We need to really focus on that we're doing what we're doing for safety reasons. And it's just something that we need to be aware of and overcome. But this graph kind of tells it all. The blue is the percentage of pedestrians who were killed or seriously injured by race. The orange is the percentage of that race of the overall population in Durham County. And you can see that the Black population, which is just under 40% of the total population in Durham County, experiences more than its share of traffic violence. So it's this is definitely something that we've been really focused on this year, and it's something that we'll be taking to the city council to develop some projects and for certain neighborhoods, and these neighborhoods are going to be highest on our priority list over the next few years. So this is basically what we're talking about. We did some number crunching this year. The blue is the block groups with the highest percentage of minority population. The pink is the block groups with the highest pedestrian fatality rate or seriously injured pedestrian rate. And the purple is the overlap. And this is the kind of the better view of the main portions of the city that overlap. And so these are the areas that we're going to be focusing on. And to really drill down and find some good pedestrian safety projects, there's going to be there's also a sidewalk project, a sidewalk prioritization process going on that is really taking equity into account as well. So it's all these different programs that are kind of coming together over the next couple of years. One of the things that we are really going to be looking at is traffic calming over the next year or so in the targeted neighborhoods. There's a lot of different things going on as far as engineering. You know, for the arterials, there's several different transit studies going on that are looking at arterials to make improvements for transit riders, which include things like crosswalks and improved bus stops and that kind of thing. But we're looking at doing some targeted traffic calming in some of the targeted neighborhoods in order to improve pedestrian safety by slowing traffic, basically. These are neighborhoods that have been historically underserved, and a lot of them don't have sidewalks and the infrastructure that some of the neighborhoods that have less minority population, I guess. In order to do traffic calming, I mean, these are smaller projects, they're less cost, they're something that can be done very quickly. And hopefully they'll have an outcome on the behavior of drivers, and it'll make it safer for people to walk in their neighborhoods. And these are some of the different types of traffic calming measures that we've been looking at, like raised crosswalks at trail crossings and mid-block crossings, traffic circles, even the painted traffic circles, which are very cheap. We've done a handful of these around the city, and you can't put them everywhere. You have to be judicious where you put them, but they do work very well. So the next step, there was a version of this, a more detailed version of this presentation that was given to City Council last night. And they got some feedback from the City Council about that, and we'll be incorporating that feedback into the prioritization method for things like the traffic calming projects, the sidewalks. We're going to be applying those updated methods to identify our priority projects, and then there's going to be a period of engagement in the next year or so where we go into the neighborhoods and we talk to the residents about what they'd like to see. And then, you know, develop the projects and identify funding sources and so on. And hopefully we'll have some concrete things to show in another, we're hoping, you know, another year or two. So it's going to be a very busy couple of years, but that's my presentation, and thank you very much.
Thanks very much. Next up, we're going to have Eric Lamb. Eric, which one? Thank you. All right, thanks very much.
Good afternoon. It's good to see y'all. It's good to be in person finally after so long. So my name is Eric Lamb. I am the Transportation Planning Manager with the City of Raleigh. Our stuff's going to look a little bit different for a couple of reasons. One, because we're late to the party. We have been doing a lot of safety-related improvements in Raleigh, but not under a Vision Zero umbrella. So I could talk all day about road diets and LPIs and a lot of the safety initiatives we've done that are all consistent with Vision Zero practices, but they've not been done under a coordinated Vision Zero banner. The second is that my exposure coming to Vision Zero has been more aligned with what has been the source of the programs, which have been European models. And so I've looked at a lot of American models, and as we've ventured into this on our front, we've opted to look at something that's more akin to some of the European programs. I'll get into that a little bit more here. So this is something that we have been pushing for a little while from the staff side, that we were very interested. It's not that we're late to the party by design, we actually ran into some significant political resistance from our city council. And I think it's really important that we're all cognizant of what type of resistance is out there. I think the most high-profile failure to implement Vision Zero in the last few years has been in Phoenix, where the city council outright rejected the idea of a Vision Zero program. And when we think about it in terms of political accountability, the single biggest reason is because the things that we're talking about are going to really inconvenience some people. And they're going to inconvenience people in the name of safety. And so you've probably heard me talk for years about that dichotomy between safe and efficient transportation systems. The reality is it's safe or efficient transportation systems. And we're going to have to give up efficiency in order to increase safety. And frankly, there's going to be some people out there that really don't like that. And so that's one of the challenges that we faced trying to introduce this to our city council. It's really interesting what a change one election will make. We had very significant turnover with this last election, and suddenly Vision Zero became a top priority for our city council. So that put us in the position to really start to look at how do we move things forward. So as we walked into this, we said, here's what our priorities were. We wanted to base our program on other programs that had proven positive outcomes, that were extremely effective. We do not want lip service. We do not want something that's more style than substance. We want to look at programs, and I'm a shameless thief. I will readily admit it. I'm going to look to see who did well and who executed well, and we're going to mimic and take those ideas. Equity is at the forefront of our conversations right now with everything. I think the Durham example really nails that home as far as why that is. And then the other thing was, Raleigh, we've been a famously small ship for a long time. We get a lot done with a little in terms of resources. We wish we were more like Charlotte in terms of having that many staff members per capita. We just don't. And so part of it is, what do we have to advocate for to get the right amount of staffing and not just absorb this with the existing resources that we have? So we were very fortunate to be able to utilize an on-call contract that we had with VHB at the time. I really want to thank Lauren Blackburn and Candace Andre, who've led the charge for us on developing this assessment for us. As I said, we wanted to see what are the components of successful programs in other cities and what are the challenges that they've faced with implementation. Based on our collective discussion of looking at what were representative successful programs, we landed on Denver, Minneapolis, Philadelphia, and San Francisco as the cities that we had seen that had very, very positive outcomes for reducing crashes. So in terms of doing interviews with folks from each of those cities, I'm not going to read all these, but we got some key takeaways that were compiled from all of these cities. Big one again, focusing on design-oriented solutions for what we do on the streets. Looking at staffing that's not just coming from an engineering background, but with a diversity of practices for planning, data science, and communications. Being able to celebrate your projects, being able to go out there, we I know historically have been terrible about tooting our own horn, both from a modesty standpoint and just the means to do so. But it's really important to be able to point out when you've got positive successes and when you're making movement in the community. Transparency, being able to work across departments so that everyone understands what it is we're trying to accomplish in the direction that we're going in. And then quick implementation. I think that's another thing that we've struggled with in terms of larger capital projects because they're big. Once you start turning earth, you've got to deal with those types of permitting issues once you get into utilities. So really looking at the quick build projects, how can you be responsive and act quickly to get out there and get your projects on the ground? We heard that more than once from different communities. So what we're not including in our program, this is going to sound a little weird, is that we're not talking a lot about marketing and education. And the one we're really not talking about is enforcement. And I think it's important to think about enforcement from two standpoints. One is the visibility of enforcement from the events of the last year and the role of the police department in communities of color, and recognizing that based on our preliminary assessments, the streets that make up our high injury network are in low income communities. So the solution is not to get out there and say, hey, let's put a bigger police presence in these communities. That is exactly the wrong answer, okay? Actually, I want to back up. The other thing about enforcement is that we all know, and I've worked in traffic safety for a number of years, we all know that traffic safety enforcement is very effective when the police are there. And the minute that the police car is gone, traffic regresses to the mean. And police, frankly, have got better things to do. So it's really going to be a matter of being able to make sure we design the system appropriately for the outcomes that we want and not having to rely upon police for enforcement. We did a lot of outreach, or I should say in-reach, with internal stakeholders in our department from a variety of perspectives. This is our first cut at this, but as I said, we'll be looking for a more inclusive approach with other departments as we move forward. We came out of the evaluation process with VHB identifying 4 key focus areas: internal communication, data management, staffing, and funding. And from those, we were able to identify a key step associated with each one of those target areas, being able to have that clear message, being able to have a mechanism for sharing and maintaining data. And if you haven't caught that from the previous presentations, it's a data-rich environment that we have to sort through and be able to navigate and be able to identify and prioritize those locations that have the highest crashes and why those crashes are happening. So there's a lot of data and background that has to be managed with that. In addition to just creating dedicated staff members for this, we also identified the need to have a standing Vision Zero task force or committee so that we could coordinate internally with folks. And then establishing a dedicated source of funding for projects. The idea is, again, that we're not necessarily going to try and absorb this with an existing facility programs that we have. We're going to have to grow things to be able to add to what we're already doing. So the fun part is that we're hiring. We have established our first Vision Zero program manager. It is a senior transportation engineer in my group. That job, if it's not posted today, it should be up early next week. So if you're interested, those of you at home, feel free to reach out. We're looking for somebody from a first pass that's got good understanding of what streets are, the DNA of streets, but also has a good GIS background and is able to do the analysis and to be able to tell the story as we talk to both the public and to other professionals about this. And obviously that ability to communicate, both written and verbally, to be able to get across the points to, again, the angry citizen or the cop on the street that doesn't understand why it suddenly went from 5 lanes down to 3. Now, the bad news is I'm not going to be here. This is like Moses led the tribe to the promised land, but didn't get to go in. So my last day, I've been told to say I'm not retiring. I am leaving the public sector and taking my pension. But it's been a lot of fun. I think 3 decades of public service is enough for any human. And I really want to thank Terry and BWNC and for the years of collaboration that we've had. It's been exciting to see this as an entity continue on. I think Raleigh was the host for the very first workshop that we had and has hosted, I think, more than once now. And so Terry, thank you for all your continued effort and your advocacy. It's so important. And I really look forward to working with other communities next year. Thank you very much.
The email's already changed. I think it's from the comment. So you know how to get in touch with them. It's tough to follow giants like you have on the stage and the giants that are coming up next. So we're going to turn it to Russell Dalton. Going to see if you can hear us. And as soon as you check your mic.
I can hear you, and hopefully you can hear me. Good afternoon. My name is Russell Dalton, Traffic Engineering Manager for Apex. I'm here to present information on Vision Zero in our community. Apex is located southwest of Raleigh and is crossed by major routes. Those are US 1, US 64, NC 540, and NC 55. Apex is largely suburban with more rural areas to the west and has a popular historic downtown built along the railroad corridor. Apex has grown from a population of 47,000 to 65,000 in the past 5 years, a period over which we've also collected and analyzed citation and crash data to inform development of the action plan for Vision Zero. Apex has significant diversity. Non-white, non-Caucasian groups make up 22% of our resident population. Traffic has increased along with population. Using data collected from 65 NCDOT count stations, we observed an 81% traffic increase in the past 16 years. Delays in major road projects in the past couple of years have compounded concerns about handling this traffic growth. Vision Zero started in our community with the mayor and town manager asking staff what we can do to bring Vision Zero to Apex. Staff across multiple departments were formed into a team to start the process. First, reviewing what programs are already in place, and second, trying to understand what Vision Zero meant for Apex. We proposed the 5E approach at the start of our program. Planning and engineering programs already underway included crosswalk lighting, prioritization, crosswalk studies and warning systems, safe routes to school improvements, school zone time of day beacons, traffic calming, and a traffic safety improvement program. The police department had a lot of programs underway as well, promoting safe walking, biking, and driving. Data-driven methods for tracking and preventing crime have been instrumental in guiding their efforts to improve community safety, focused on reducing behavior that leads to injuries. Apex staff members formed a task force to start work in April 2020. We drafted a resolution of support approved by town council in July, followed by a review of existing data. Monthly meetings maintained good communication with the group, and in late 2020, staff began drafting the scope and schedule for our Vision Zero action plan. Crash data analysis was in full swing by January of the following year, along with finalizing the scope and schedule for the action plan. In the spring, the task force drafted the commitment statement and guiding principles prior to several members, along with a representative from the NPO attending the Vision Zero Leadership Institute. Also during this time, the task force received approval from town council to reach out to potential steering committee members in order to guide the development of the action plan. Kickoff meeting was held with the task force and steering committee in September. The task force includes 7 staff members representing transportation, planning, police, and administration. The steering committee includes 12 volunteers from across the community, county and regional agencies and organizations. Guided by the steering committee, the task force will prepare for a public workshop in early 2022 as they continue work on the action plan. Development of the action plan has been divided into 9 tasks over the course of 12 months, including 2 steering committee meetings and 2 public workshops. Adoption of the action plan is anticipated in September of 2022. The plan and policy review section of the document was drafted in October. Crash data over the past 5 years revealed over 6,700 reported collisions. 3% of those resulted in a severe injury or fatality. The general trend shows an increase in crashes, but not all years reflect an increase from the previous year. The most recent year is actually the second lowest, but that could be influenced by a significant reduction in overall traffic volume in the first half of 2020. Pedestrian and bicycle related crashes represent a very small percentage of overall crashes in Apex, but those types of crashes are many times more likely to result in a severe injury or fatality. Less than 1% of overall crashes for bike and ped result in more than 10% severe injuries and fatalities. In an attempt to quantify the potential benefits of crash prevention in Apex, we used the value of statistical life, or a VSL, from a US DOT. Values representing an overall cost to society have been estimated for each level of severity on what is called the CADCO scale, with the highest being a fatality. Presenting this information to decision makers is important to us to be able to quantify, what you could actually gain from the program. It's a way to prioritize the use of limited funds on safety improvements across the community. Using VSL, we estimated that $405 million could have been saved in total cost to society if all these crashes in Apex had been prevented over the past 5 years. We also looked at where crashes occur. 78% occur in the public right-of-way, but those crashes represent 93% of all severe and fatal crashes. 61% of all severe and fatal crashes occur on public road segments not associated with traffic signals. We also looked at what types of events lead to crashes and likelihood of severe and fatal injuries across crash types. 6% of all crashes not part of the top 3 types represent 34% of severe and fatal crashes. The top 3 crashes make up half the total, including rear end, angle, and left turn crashes, representing 52% of severe and fatal crashes. Half of crashes occur between noon and 6 p.m., while 63% of severe and fatal crashes occur during 3 peak times, representing 9 hours of the day. And those are between 6 a.m. and 10 p.m. It was interesting to find that both crash frequency and severity is statistically higher on Friday than any other day of the week. And in contrast, we found that severe and fatal crashes are statistically lower on Wednesday compared to any other day. We didn't find that weather conditions or construction activity were a contributing factor to crash frequency or severity. This was somewhat surprising, but it could be that drivers behave more cautiously and speeds may be lower under those conditions, which could mitigate potential negative impacts those types of events would have on safety. And finally, to sum up the next steps, this December, we plan to have steering committee meeting number 2, followed by public workshop number 1 in January. So I appreciate your time today. And next up, I will turn it over to Erica Martin with Mooresville.
Hi, this is Erica Martin, town of Mooresville. Not sure how to get my video to work, but because of time, I'll just truck right along. My presentation promises to be short because as the newbie to the group, we haven't done much. So Mooresville's top 10 tips / our story in becoming a Vision Zero community. Oh, there I am. I can go to the next slide. There we go. In 2019, I attended the Campo conference in Charlotte and a session on Vision Zero, which I'd started to hear about Vision Zero in transportation land, but I knew I needed to learn more about it. One of the speakers at the time said you need to find your Bob to help you actually implement Vision Zero. And fortunately for me, my Bob happened to be sitting right next to me. You see her in the far right of the screen with the bun. Her name is Cammie Weckerly, and she's the town's transportation engineer. We had known each other professionally for a while, but had recently become new co-workers when I took the transportation planning position with Mooresville. So at lunch, we were enthusiastically talking about all the great sessions we had gone to and how we wanted to team up and actually do something with this information. Like many of the places you come from, traffic conversations are dominated by the personal automobile, and we really wanted to shift the focus to our most vulnerable road users. So Cammie came up with this name, Conversations Without Cars, and we knew we needed to start with internal organizational conversations before we could shift outward. So with our bosses cheering us on, we invited key players of town staff, finance, public works, fire, police, mapping, public information, et cetera, to be part of Conversations Without Cars. One Bob is great, but a superhero force is even better. Being a planner, I of course said we need a plan, and we did. We worked on one, but I have to tell you, it started off a bit rocky as we had a member of our team that I'll call Jordan that pushed back on the idea of Vision Zero. He said, this is not practical or a realistic goal. But despite his concerns, he stayed with us on our journey, and he even found funding for bicycles for our bicycle training events. So in summer of 2019, our committee came up with this vision statement, and we rolled up our sleeves to get things done, not knowing that a few months later, COVID would impact these plans, or the death of a cyclist in our community would propel our work. In January of 2020, an avid cyclist, Earl Gillian, was fatally struck. And just 2 weeks later, a young cyclist, Seth Jones, was severely injured. Soon, we had the cycling community showing up at our town board meetings demanding change. So Cammie and I asked the town council to publicly support the work we were doing and move towards becoming a Vision Zero community. Although the general public might not be aware of what Vision Zero is, everyone is united in wanting safe streets. I wish Mooresville's Vision Zero story did not include the death of Earl, but while he was the first cyclist we had fatally killed as a cyclist, Mooresville's story since 2015 had included 10 pedestrian deaths as well. Early on, when I was working on a grant for the town, the application had a question about bike ped deaths. I got chills because I realized one of the numbers represented was someone I had considered a friend, and some of you may have known as well, Jeff Archer. Jeff was a huge advocate for bicycling in the Lake Norman area and had been my personal bicycle mechanic since my high school days. He was killed as a pedestrian crossing a street in Mooresville by an impaired driver in 2016. Seeing him represented as a number made me stop and promise to never look at that kind of data as just numbers again. I went and looked at all the obituaries and news stories for every individual represented during that time frame, and I've printed out and unfortunately continue to print out the stories and faces of those bicyclists and pedestrians who have lost their lives on Mooresville's roadways. And so when you encounter a Jordan while doing this work, ask whose name or names we should write down. While a number may seem acceptable, no loss of a real person is. And when you know you are working to save lives through prevention, it's not hard to push for more and better in the place you live or work. In Mooresville, we now have a Safe Streets website. We switched out all our share the road signs with bikes may use full lanes signs, which is a first in Division 12. We put our stuff in newsletters. We consistently go after grants to improve our bike ped network. We include bike ped facilities in our road improvement projects and long-term plans from the start. We've reduced speed limits. We've made sure consultants working on our transportation-related studies tell us how their recommendations get us closer to Vision Zero. 1 year after we asked council to support Conversations Without Cars, we asked them to formally adopt a resolution to become a nationally recognized Vision Zero community. Just recently, we applied for more bike ped infrastructure grants and funding for a town-wide Vision Zero action plan. Our bike plan update is coming to a close. Last month, I provided the town board an update with where we are in greenway development. And when I mapped out everything in the works, like right now, not 25 years from now, I thought the dream of an all ages and abilities bike ped network and safe streets system is actually within reach. We've been fortunate in Mooresville to have Angela Berry and Will Washam so close and accessible to share their expertise, ideas, and just their grit to getting it done. And if you need a date to Vision Zero, Elise and the UNC team can hook you up with a nearby community and help keep you accountable to your own program. Finally, in Mooresville, we have reimagined the whole Mind Your Manners saying to focus on road safety. When we developed our P's and Q's campaign, one of the Q's is quiet your phone. And Cammie asked me if I knew how to do that, and I didn't, and she didn't, but we figured it out and we quieted our phones that day. So if you text me while I'm driving, you'll receive this message where I ask you to set your phone to do not disturb. And it doesn't matter if you're my boss, my mama, my man, or my bestie, a text message can wait. And while we all want to know how horses travel to the Olympics, none of these messages are worth dying over. None of these messages are worth taking or seriously injuring another life. So please walk, bike, or drive the talk. Quiet your phone right now today. Google it. Thank you everyone for your time.
Thanks very much, everybody. Good to begin well. Good to begin well, better to end well. So this is an amazing wrap up to our Vision Zero. Unfortunately, we're not going to be able to have too many questions today. I urge you to reach out through Bike Walk North Carolina or the contact information. It's available to ask questions directly to our panelists. One thing I will say is the two takeaways I got from this incredible session is that lives matter. And there are opportunities for us to do better. There are jobs available, and there are policies that can be improved to save lives. So everybody here in the audience can give one more round of applause for our Vision Zero panel. So if you guys can just hold your seats for just 1 minute. Thanks, everybody. We're going to take just a small break before we jump into our updates from North Carolina Department of Transportation's Integrated Mobility Director. So hang tight, and we're going to invite Ryan Brumfeld down for his presentation. Thanks, everybody. call to get folks back in. So if there's anybody in the hallway, we're going to go ahead and get started with our 4 o'clock presentation. And following our 4 o'clock presentation, we're going to have our walk through history with Dave Connolly. So we're going to meet again out in the front lobby, and we'll be able to have another experiential event, experiential session for Durham. The real reason that we came back to Durham this year is to really have this opportunity to have sessions like this. Without further ado, I'll bring up Ryan Brumfeld from NCDOT.
Okay, good afternoon. Thank you all for sticking around late on a Friday. I appreciate you sticking around to hear my updates. So excited to be here this afternoon and share what's going on in the Integrated Mobility Division at NCDOT, and kind of a lot of what you'll see is sort of programs we're working on related to our vision for the future and our goals to try to move us quickly towards that vision. So pretty high level, but certainly stick around. I'll stick around afterwards if you have questions on specific programs, and happy to follow up afterwards as well. As you all are keenly aware, the landscape of mobility is changing. You all know it better than anyone that this is occurring. I think NCDOT and some of the agencies that have traditionally focused on highways are also realizing that that's the case now. We have new modes emerging, new technologies emerging, more individuals in our population need other modes because of our growing elderly population, and also more people want choices and additional modes of transportation. So sure, we clearly are at a point in which we need to be addressing other modes and making sure that we're preparing for this changing landscape of mobility. So recognizing this, evolving landscape of mobility and the fact that there's always emerging new modes occurring. In 2019, we merged our bike and ped and public transit divisions to form the Integrated Mobility Division. Part of the goal being, again, to consider these new technologies, emerging innovations and emerging mobility trends, and making sure we're planning for those, making sure we're fully aware of those, and incorporating that in all of our activities and programs. And also just understanding that in many cases, transit riders are also pedestrians and cyclists, and these modes in actuality function very closely together when we're planning for transportation. So those are some of the reasons why we merged. Here's the structure of our division. We have 3 core branches in our division: planning and programming. When we form the division, we want to have a increased focus and presence in the planning sphere. So we have a regional planning team that's brand new with our division. Brian Lopez is the manager of that team. There are 4 planners on that team, each of which have purview over a different part of the state. And we're just getting that team fully staffed, but once staffed, they'll be partnering with NPOs and RPOs, NCDOT division offices, transit agencies, other planning groups to form those relationships, ensure our goals and multimodal transportation are at the table and a key part of discussions at the local level. And then on the statewide planning and programming team, Joe Furstenberg leads that team, and that includes our Complete Streets program, our Safe Routes to School program, Bike Helmet Initiative, and many of our other statewide initiatives. Finance and administration, this is our individuals that administer grants and pay our bills and all of the things that make our division function on a day-to-day basis. And then our innovations and data team, part of our new merged division is a focus on innovation. Again, like I mentioned, understanding that the landscape of mobility is changing, and we need to be at the forefront of these technology changes and help push innovations forward, collect lessons learned, and disseminate that broadly across the state. So we have just recently hired Sarah Searcy, which many of you may know from her time at ITRI. She will be coming on board with us November 29th as our manager of the Innovations and Data branch. Sarah's at ITRI currently. She has a bike and pedestrian background and manages the non-motorized volume data program at ITRI. So very excited to have her on board, and she'll be managing both innovations, and then data obviously is key to innovations because data helps us understand our gaps, and creative solutions and innovations help fill those gaps. So Sarah comes with a wealth of knowledge and research and data to help on that side as well. So at IMD, we have 3 core goals. Increase access, basically eliminating transportation barriers for everyone, ensuring everyone in the state has equal access to opportunities and services. Enhancing quality of life by ensuring that access and providing mobility choices for residents, and then ensuring safety regardless of the mode that someone takes to their destination. So regarding access, you all are probably very familiar with this issue. I think we heard some about it in the last session as well. In North Carolina, each dot here represents 20 individuals that live in a household without a vehicle or in a household where a vehicle is shared among multiple adults. And we estimate over 1 million individuals in the state are in this category. So it is a significant number. Over 10% of our population is in this category. And our goal at IMD is to make sure that as a department, DOT is considering these individuals equally with everyone else to make sure they have access to opportunities and services. In terms of quality of life, again, we've completed surveys in the past that show that 70% of North Carolinians said they would walk or bike if they had safe choices to do so. Also, clearly, if we can have safe infrastructure for people to walk and bike, more people walk and bike, medical expenses are reduced because medical outcomes improve, health outcomes improve. And then obviously, there's obvious benefits to VMT reduction and the subsequent greenhouse gas emission reduction and environmental benefits. All of that contributing to higher quality of life for our residents. In safety, we have seen an increase statewide in bicycle and pedestrian fatalities and serious injuries. A lot of this is due to the fact that more people have been walking and biking, but we haven't necessarily invested in the infrastructure to make our roads safer for that increase in activity. So you can see here, even most recently, the last few years, we continue to see an uptick in serious injuries and fatalities. So our goal at IMD is to partner across the state to implement policies and programs like Complete Streets to improve the safety of our roadways so that pedestrians and bicyclists have a safe environment. I did also want to just pause and mention a couple of items on equity too. I failed to mention this in the access slide as well, but a lot of what we do is to address equity issues as well. So in North Carolina, 60% of transit riders are people of color compared to 30% of the population. Average commute time by transit is 43 minutes compared to 23 minutes driving. So there's clearly a disparity there. And then in terms of safety, 55% of people involved, pedestrians and bikes involved in crashes are people of color compared to 30% of the population. So again, clearly there's an equity issue and a disparity there that makes this issue even more important for us to address. So to achieve those goals, we like to think about the future at IMD and try to implement programs that can get us to our vision for the future quickly. Envision a future in which transportation network users are accommodated safely, first and most importantly. Envision a future in which multimodal transportation options rival driving in terms of time, convenience, and cost. That's really what we're trying to get to when we talk about equal access, right? If you're in a part of the state and you don't have a car, equal access means that you could take a different mode and get to your destination in the same amount of time with the same cost and convenience. So that's what we're trying to achieve. And technology streamlines cross-jurisdictional trip coordination. Also, technology improves the way we can use multiple modes across one entire journey or one trip to get to our destination, again, addressing that time, convenience, and cost aspect. And technology can help improve safety as well. Land use and transportation planning are intertwined, and then ultimately all of this leads to residents being happier, healthier, and more likely to participate and succeed in the economy. So that's our vision, and that aligns with those 3 goals that I mentioned. Some of the examples that we're working on today to help us achieve that vision, a lot of, like I mentioned, our role and the reason we formed the innovations team is to think about that future, think about the technologies that will get us there quickly. We pilot those technologies, we collect lessons learned, and then we disseminate best practices so that we can deploy that more broadly across the state. Great example of that is our microtransit project in Wilson, North Carolina that launched in September of last year. It launched during COVID-19 during the pandemic, replaced their fixed route bus service with these vans provided by VIA, a turnkey solution where they hire independent contractor drivers and provide the vehicles. Residents book the trip on an application, similar to how you would use Uber or Lyft, and it's completely subsidized by existing funding sources that they already had. And what we've seen is that ridership has doubled during the pandemic compared to pre-pandemic levels. And it really speaks to the fact that when you provide a high quality service that makes using transit comparable in terms of convenience, time, and cost to driving, more people use it, and demand increases greatly because the people that were previously unserved or didn't view transit as a convenient option now view it as an option that they can use to get to work and other destinations. So it's been so successful. The map on the right shows many examples across the state of other communities exploring this service and exploring, and some of these actually have converted just in the last few weeks from planning to implementing. Wilmington in the bottom right, Wilmington, New Hanover, Pender, Brunswick counties just launched their service about 2 or 3 weeks ago. And in Morrisville, they launched their service in mid-October as well. You've probably heard about that around RTP. So this is an example of how we assisted a community with piloting an innovation. It was quickly successful, and then our work to disseminate that best practice has led to other communities quickly buying into the concept. I think when we think about the future, all of our communities across the state have some form of scheduling software for their transit provider. We think of the future as many of them shifting to this model of truly on-demand microtransit, and then all of it being linked together to form a statewide mobility as a service network, where anywhere in the state you could use the same application on your phone to book a trip, pay for a trip, plan your journey, and your bike share service would be connected, your scooter service might be connected. If you're taking Amtrak or intercity bus, it connects to the local transit system. So our vision is that at some point in a few years, we can facilitate having every mode connected within one application as a mobility as a service platform. But it starts with getting everyone having advanced technology like what we've produced in Wilson. We also are planning for a future with connected and autonomous vehicles through our CASI, Connected Autonomous Shuttle Supporting Innovation, that was most recently deployed at the Wright Brothers Memorial at Kitty Hawk. And again, our role is to partner with the private sector and with communities, or in this case, the National Park Service, to deploy an innovative new technology, to test it, collect lessons learned, research, and data. And that helps the private sector quickly make adjustments to address challenges in the field, and also helps us learn about the technology so we can plan for it. So CASI, extremely successful in the sense that we did collect a lot of lessons learned. There's a couple of crosswalks, for instance, within, if you've been to Wright Brothers Memorial, there's a couple of crosswalks that are most predominantly used by people to get up to the memorial. And the autonomous vehicles have a challenge right now with coordinating with pedestrians at crosswalks. So by default, they stop and wait indefinitely until the pedestrian is out of the way. So, whereas you as a human driver would interact with the pedestrian, make eye contact, and then you would know whether you proceed or not. Autonomous vehicles are not quite that advanced yet. So we discovered that through this pilot, and we also discovered that the sensors and having clarity around the sensors is extremely important. On one day, the grass had grown to be approximately 1 foot high, and it blocked some of the sensors, and CASI was not able to proceed on the mapped route. And so it was down that day until they mowed the grass. So it goes to show you that, yes, this is our future, but there's many steps before we get to autonomous vehicles being ubiquitous and reliable everywhere in the country. But our role is to test it and to discover those issues as quickly as we can, so we can help the private sector adjust, and that we can plan also our policies and standards around that. And of course, of great interest to all of you, we're working to accommodate all modes and providing mobility choices. We're still working to finalize our Great Trail State Plan, but you can see here a map of the trail network that was identified through our survey process that we conducted earlier this year. We have a very robust bike and pedestrian planning program with over 240 communities across the state having bike and pedestrian plans that we've led. And I have a slide here to show where those are located. And then, of course, we also lead our complete streets efforts. I was telling Terry before I came up that I was hoping to have some news to share on some advancements in our complete streets implementation approach today, but we're not quite ready for public release. But we have been working internally over the last few months at DOT to revamp how we implement complete streets, to get buy-in across the state, and to make sure integrated mobility divisions working closely with the highway divisions so that we have a unified voice and a unified culture and a supportive culture across the state with complete streets. So I feel like we've done a great job with that, and very soon you'll be hearing more about that. We also lead the bike helmet programs. These are just a couple of kind of side notes on our efforts to accommodate all road users. This year we had the most number of bike helmets distributed across the state, 11,600 helmets to nonprofit organizations across the state. So a very successful program. Hopefully you saw some press about this program in your community. Many of the nonprofits did have events and had press associated with their events. So, it's an opportunity for us to engage with communities across the state and to allow nonprofits, police departments, fire departments to directly give out helmets to the children in their neighborhood and in their communities, so that everyone's advocating for safe biking and walking. And here you can see what I mentioned before, where our bike and pedestrian planning grants are located across the state. As I mentioned, 245 plans across 85 counties. And you can see here on the left the most recent grantees for 2021. What we're working to do is to expand our bike and pedestrian planning program to be truly multimodal, to include transit, include emerging modes, and to again address those core goals of increasing access, enhancing quality of life, and ensuring safety. So this just goes to show you, I know this is a lot on the slide. Basically the takeaway is that there's a lot of different state, regional, local, and corridor level planning documents that are already being completed. Our goal at IMD is to help streamline and merge the planning process so that bike pedestrian planning, multimodal planning is integrated seamlessly through those documents, and potentially simplifying the complicated maze of planning that exists now, so that we're kind of navigating it at IMD and helping local partners navigate the planning process to ensure bike and ped planning is central. So look for changes. Again, we have our core bike and ped planning program that's been around for quite a while. We anticipate changes next year to that to incorporate the multimodal considerations, and also with our team of regional planners developing those partnerships across the state. You should recognize a difference in how we're engaged in the process as well. We're also planning for the future by working to link land use and transportation planning. The best example of this is our work on the S-Line rail corridor project. We received a grant from FTA for transit-oriented development along the S-Line. NCDOT is in negotiations with CSX to purchase the rail line, and our goal is to plan with these communities ways to optimize and leverage that rail service along this corridor and at these station areas to make sure land use is planned in such a way that maximizes access to the rail stations, to encourage economic growth if the community desires economic growth, or to encourage other land uses that support the rail and leverage the rail for positive benefits in those communities. But very much a collaborative approach, and we're working with each community to lead their own vision of what they anticipate for their community. And then we help them develop plans on how they implement that with land use changes and other investments. So again, key is our role to collaborate and partner, and we hope to increase and improve this role. These are the 4 regions that we've formed for our planners, and many of them are just getting onboarded. And so if you work for a planning group and you haven't heard from them, you likely will in the very near future. But again, we do hope to have a much greater role in collaborating and partnering at the local level in the future. And just a couple final slides on data. Of course, this is central to what we're doing and how we can achieve that vision that I mentioned. We're collecting a lot of data. We're trying to do a better job of combining the data. So we, for years, have collected non-motorized volume data. through that program with ITRI. We collect data on transit agencies, bike and pedestrian crash data. We have a number of different data sources. Our goal is to do a better job linking it all together to tell a broad picture about access, equity, quality of life, and safety, and then use that to guide decisions on where we prioritize investments. But really, we need data to help us understand the problems we're solving. Again, using data to produce the map on access with the dots that I showed. That's one example of showing where the problems exist. We need data to understand where our assets, resources, and conditions are to help us solve the problems. Data helps us determine what our outputs are, what actions are we actually taking to address those problems, and then what are we achieving? Are we actually making headway in improving access for individuals that don't have a car across the state? And then where are we falling short? We still have a long way to go. We still have many gaps where many people still don't have a car and still have poor access in our state. So innovation is where we can look at those gaps and find creative solutions to those challenging problems that continue to persist, and using technology or other innovations to solve those problems. But it all starts with having the right data to identify the problems and understand where the gaps exist. So an example of new data that we're trying to develop and use effectively, this is a snapshot of a tool that we're working on at IMD to identify transportation disadvantage across the state. So you may have in your community, in certain urban areas, there are tools that exist to identify transportation disadvantage. We're trying to develop a tool that would be statewide. Every census block across the state would be mapped, and we would be able to provide that to planning groups across the state. This is just a snapshot showing several categories of transportation disadvantage, and Wake County, the scores that we've produced in this tool, showing the areas in dark green that have the most transportation disadvantage. So it helps us identify pockets of disadvantage so that we can prioritize our resources and investments and make better decisions with our funding. So with that, that's all I have this afternoon. But again, just to reiterate that we really appreciate the opportunity to be here with you all this afternoon. We want to be a partner, and we are working, I think, at NCDOT to recognize the emerging trends in mobility and the need to be more comprehensive and multimodal. I think that there is a huge shift occurring at DOT in that regard. So we welcome your partnership and work together on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Ron. Are you willing to maybe take one or two questions?
Certainly,
Yeah. We've got one question that came along online, and this is relating to what's happening in the governor's budget right now, the $50 million allocation for the Great Trails State Plan to support that funding. The question comes from from Winston-Salem, and it says, does NCDOT continue to require that their substructure be engineered to the same standard as motor vehicle roadways? This can dramatically increase construction costs for greenways that are not intended to routinely accommodate much heavier traffic motor vehicles.
The short answer is I'm not sure about the technical question there on the substructure. I don't think that we would require the same substructure as a roadway. Typically, the highest cost when we're adding bike and pedestrian facilities is right-of-way acquisition. And our complete streets discussions that we've been having internally, we are looking at ways we can more quickly assess the cost impacts of adding bike and pedestrian elements on projects. And in our research on previous projects that have had those facilities added, you may be looking at a 4 or 5% increase. But if you have right-of-way acquisition, it could be 10, 15, 20%, depending on the area of the state. So the materials is not the issue. It's usually right-of-way and utility impacts that would be the largest cost.
It felt like an engineering question, but thank you. Maybe one question from the audience. Go ahead, Deborah. So the question from the floor really comes from your data source for the census data associated with how many people are living carless. And Deborah's related question is, do you bifurcate that information to indicate what the reasons are for that car-free living?
Yeah, so the data is primarily from the American Community Survey through the census. That would indicate zero-car households. We do have the ability, and I think we're working on this, to be able to correlate, so to speak, not to use a statistical term, but basically to correlate socioeconomic conditions with people living in zero-car households. But anecdotally, you would expect that people that have lower incomes are more likely to live in households without a car. I think that's pretty clear from the data that we've seen. We also, I would mention, we have another project I didn't mention with the Appalachian Regional Commission to quantify accessibility across the state. And that's a one-year project, but that will lead to a lot of analysis of the nexus between socioeconomic conditions and transportation disadvantage, using new data sources, combination of ACS data and other data sources to tease out in areas of the state that have higher poverty rates, does that lead to more people having living in households with fewer cars, and does that result in disadvantage? So I think that project will do a lot to help with those data sources.
One more round of applause for Ryan. Thank you. I'll tell you, a lot of work for Bike Walk North Carolina on the policy side coming up, from Vision Zero to funding to Greenway funding to Greenway design. Lots of work to be done, and we need your support for Bike Walk North Carolina. Go ahead. You want to take it? Sure. So Heidi's going to have a few more announcements for us as well. I do want to offer up kind of a fun opportunity for folks in the room here today. Stephen Hardybross has a nice monetary exchange program going for $2 bills to change out your dollars for $2 bills, so that we can talk about how we spend our money with our 2 feet and our 2 wheels in many cases. Heidi's got some updates. Before I let her do this, I want to say that this summit would not be possible without the work of our board, and specifically Heidi Peroff.
Thank you all for being here. Just wanted to give you a few reminders. The walk for the historic Durham Walk will be starting in about 5-ish minutes, so you'll have time to gather up your stuff and go to the bathroom before you go. And then tomorrow morning, the bike ride is at 8:30. If you're doing that, it will start here. We'll open up about 8 o'clock with some hot beverages and continental breakfast. And then at 11 o'clock, there is a session here about growing a traffic garden. And then the actual implementation of the traffic garden is a short distance away at the W.D. Hill Center. So, and is that everything I need to tell? Yeah, okay. So I just wanted to let you know that. And for the people Zooming, that link that you have for the sessions will work for tomorrow's 11 o'clock session. That's it. Thank you.